Aku lupa nyala. Dan kalau kamu suka dengan game-gamenya Crow Team, kamu mungkin bisa ngecek Serious Sam atau gamenya Devolver Digital yang lainnya. Aku nggak disponsorin sama mereka. Aku cuma senang Talos aja, makanya aku promosikan begini. Karena aku senang, bukan karena aku dibayar. Tapi kita langsung lanjut aja. Kemarin itu aku pernah main di sini sampai 12 jam. Tadi aku lihat save filenya yang slot 1 ini udah tak delete save filenya. Save fileku yang lama itu udah 12 jam. Tapi itu dulu waktu November. Habis itu terus aku berhenti main. Jadi ayo dari sekarang kita main bareng-bareng aja dari awal lagi. Let's go. A prophet hath no honor in his own country. Itu dari kitab Yohanes pasal 4 ayat 44. I have always felt that a human being could only be saved by another human being. James Baldwin. Initializing firmware functional. Loading autonomous program parameters. Version 1.08 loaded. System check. Passed. Initializing memory banks. Starting autonomous process. Ready. Aku juga ready. Let's go. Whoop. Sebelum kita bergerak, ada satu hal yang aku lupa. Aku ketik langsung aja.
Behold, child, you are risen from the dust, and you walk in my garden. Hear now my voice, and know that I am your friend, and I am called Elohim.
Sip, itu aja yang mau aku kasih tahu. Kalau motion sickness jangan lupa kasih tahu, karena kita udah dulu di Talos 1 banyak yang motion sickness. Termasuk aku juga salah satunya yang motion sickness. Hold left shift to sprint. Mending aku setting sekarang aja kali ya. Motion sickness. Mas Sinsin, halo, selamat datang di stream. Jangan dulu kali. Udah biarin aja dulu untuk sekarang. Selamat datang di stream. Ini kayaknya sensitivitas mouse-nya terlalu tinggi deh. Mouse, mana sih mouse? Mouse and keyboard, y-axis, z-axis. Udahlah, biarin lah. Gini aja. Kirain main Assassin's Odyssey, bukan. Lagi main ini doang, Talos Principle. Oke, ini udah pas. Ini adalah game puzzle sambil filsafat. Item, ambil jammer. Mr. Synchro Shokan, halo, selamat pagi. Selamat sore, Mas. Kita lanjut ini. Gak enak bener, aku ini aja deh, motion sickness. Jadi ini kita turunin, view bobbing dan itemnya juga dikurangin, ignore base rotation. Perlu nggak sih? Jadi gitu aja. First person boleh. Third person nggak usah, instant gravity change nggak perlu, player speed nggak perlu, main transfer preserve. Yap, let's go. Event biru udah kelar kah? Udah lihat belum videonya? Ketahuan belum nonton. Makanya nonton dong video-videoku. Wait. Salah apa ya? Harusnya FOV-nya dinaikin. Nah, gitu mendingan. Aku kok tetap merasa ada yang kurang ya. Ya udah nggak apa-apa. FOV naikin, ini turunin, ini ganti nyalain aja semuanya settingnya udah. Third person, right ya nggak apa-apa. Instant gravity change nggak perlu. Player speed, preserve, ya udah gitu aja dulu untuk sekarang. Nah ini mendingan nggak sih? Mendingan kayak begini atau mendingan first person? Kayaknya sih mendingan begini ya, nggak tau lah buatku. Videonya nggak muncul di beranda ya jangan manja, buka channelku dong. Wait, what? Kamu bisa? Oh ada efek itu ya? Nggak tau lah.
This land is but a dream.
Oke.
You will stay here only for a little while.
Oke.
Soon you will awaken in a new world.
Oke.
But first, you must undertake the trials of initiation.
Oke.
They will help me prepare your vessel.
Initiation. Oke.
Do not be afraid of these dream figures and their messages. They are merely aspects of yourself, as am I, after a fashion.
Oke, terima kasih Elohim. Ayo kita ngecek pesan pertama kita. I must forge the tools by which humanity will build itself and transform the world into the Eden that it never was. The blacksmith. Oke, cool. Ada sesuatu di sana. Dan tentu saja kita belum dapat potongan triminonya. Sama ini juga belum lah. Lah sama ini juga belum, banyak amat perasaan. Astaga, nanti bentar kesini dulu. Ini ya, aku merasa bahwa mending first person kalau gitu. Tapi kayak FOV-nya berasa nggak sih FOV-nya berubah kalau aku setting? Atau cuma perasaanku doang? Oh nggak, bener berasa, tapi berasanya nggak terlalu jauh. Tapi nggak usah. Ya gitu aja. Tapi pakai ini apa? Pakai first person ya. Udah gini. Udah gitu aja udah. Wait bentar. Video motion blur kan hilang. Ya semuanya udah standar, ya udah nggak apa. Habis itu tinggal kita ke puzzle, ada 3. Yang kiri dulu. Cubic steps. Aku bisa lompat atau aku bisa ambil kubus mah. Kayak begitu ya semuanya. Injek, pasang, lompat.
But remember, my child, that the new world well done, my child.
Remember that the new world is well done. Anyway, puzzle pertama selesai cepat kan? Fencing, fence, pagar. Oh, aku ngerti ini. Lihat nih. Selesai. Haha, cepet kan? Semua ini masih natural. Kita main belum terlalu lama pas kemarin itu. Awal tahun kemarin ya. Gitu. Nggak terlalu susah. Let's go.
The shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are symbols of the process by which our people were created.
Oke. Terima kasih. Ini kita lanjut. Pasti begini, pasti begini, pasti begitu. Ya, sure. Oke, puzzle lagi. Kali ini lebih susah. Static pressure. Fine. Keluarin kamu, keluarin kamu, keluarin kamu. Taruh kamu di atasnya, ambil kamu, lompat ke atas, taruh di situ, lompat, selesai. Speedrun aja lah, ayo. Terus yang ini nomor 2, Windy Day. Nggak bisa. Aha. Kipas, lompat, ambil, turun, ambil, taruh, ambil, lompat, ke sini, lompat. Nah, gitu caranya. Very good. Thank you. Nomor 3, single slide experiment. Oh, kipasnya dorong yang itu. Wih. Matikan kipas. Matikan apa, nyalain? Oh, ya, oke. Tutup di sini. Wop. Biarin aja dulu nyala lah. Bentar. Jangan ganggu. Ambil. Wait, udah begitu doang? Oke, fine. Sama ujung. Ini terakhir udah. Versatile contraption, yaitu jammer. Jammer itu versatile, bisa dipakai untuk ngejam banyak hal. Salah arah. Harusnya ngejamnya ke sana, tapi diinjak ke situ. Nah, gitu. Jadi kita bisa lewat. Itu caranya multifungsi, satu barang bisa ngejam 2 atau lebih hal yang lain. Nah, ini sih kemana? Aku bisa whoop, kipas. Oke. Aku ngerti. Ups, udah di jam belum sih? Jam. Maju, ambil jammernya. Terus kamu pakai buat ngejam kipas yang itu. Nah, selesai. Excellent. Kalau udah balik. Terus kita masuk ke sini. Oh, salah. Yang sebelahnya. Ke sini. Oke. Tetrimino lagi. Sip. 5.
I am proud of all my children.
Ya, dari sini dulu deh.
Out of a world of ruins, they have built a new Jerusalem. And there your brothers and sisters await you to celebrate your birth.
New Jerusalem. Mereka membuat dari reruntuhan. Oke. Ups. Pasang. Pindah ke sini. Pasang kamu ke sini, ke situ, pasang. Dah dapat. Cepet aja lah, ini tuh cuma intro, jangan kelamaan. Masih banyak yang mau kita kerjain. Prismatic diffraction. Tengah sini. Itu kuncinya untuk ke pintu terakhirnya. Jadi kita harus connect ke tengah situ. Sementara itu buka ke sana. Oke, ini buka ke sana. Oke, bentar. Aku ngerti. Keep connection, connect ke kamu. Terus kita pasang di sini begini. Connect, buka, itu connect ke sana, buka. Nah, gitu. Nggak terlalu susah ini semua, ini cuma intro. Udah 2. 3 lagi. 1, 2, dan 3 di sini. Enggak, bukan ini 3-nya. Ah, itu 3-nya, ya. Destructive interference. Kayaknya aku pernah lihat puzzle yang ini yang sama persis deh. Bentar. Connect, itu emitter biru ke sana, biru ke bentar. Tapi aku harus connect kamu 1, 2, dan 3. Di mana? di oh, ho. Bentar, ambil dulu yang merah itu. Jadi begini caranya. Gini dulu. Nah, terus ambil yang ini. Dari sini baru kita bisa pakai. Bentar. Berarti kita cuma butuh 1 dan 2. Oke, selesai. 1 ke sini sama 1, 2 taruh. Yes, gampang kan? Wait, salah arah ke belakang. 2 lagi. Nah, ya, sini dulu aja. 2 colors, 2 doors. Itu yang puzzle sebelumnya kayaknya aku samar-samar ingat pernah ngerjain di Talos 1 deh. Oh, kayaknya, nggak ingat tepatnya. Ada kayak gelombang airnya gitu. Nggak ada yang ngomongin soal game ini. Kamu tahu. Padahal Talos yang pertama orang bilang, oh itu adalah game terbagus sepanjang masa. Game terbagus yang sepanjang masa. Ya, right. Mana game terbagus ya kalau kayak begitu kualitasnya. Anyway. 1, 2. Bisa di situ, di sini. Di sini. Di sini. Cheers. Satu lagi terakhir. Ini terakhir. Ascension awaits. Ascension awaits. Oh, oke, aku ngerti itu. Itu jelas. Kalau kamu mau nerbangin sesuatu, kamu harus pakai kotak di belakangnya. Kemudian kamu connect, taruh, terus tinggal nyalain. Baru buka gitu caranya. Jadi apa? Kita akan ascend setelah ini. Ascend itu ngapain?
I have finished preparing your vessel.
Oke.
Now hear my advice.
Oke.
A new world awaits you, full of dangers and mysteries, signs and wonders.
Oke.
Things that I in my garden could never have imagined. In that world you will have to be careful and smart and curious.
Oke.
But above all else, you will have to be
Human. You will have to be human. Oke, ayo kita berhenti main-main dan kita ngerjain ini. Apa itu?
Step into the light, child, and awaken.
Whatever happens, we're in it together. Lilith. Thanks, Lilith. Apa yang akan terjadi setelah intro ini semuanya? Udah siapkah kita untuk ascend? Udah siap? Let's ascend. Oh.
You're awake.
Hey, hello.
Welcome to the world of the living.
Hello. Hi, pleased to meet you.
Oh, you're polite. What a rare combination of traits. If only the algorithm produced more people like you. Oh, but I'm confusing you.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everyone is confused at first. You see, we all start out without a full knowledge of our own history. So we have the freedom to form our own opinions.
I could really use some pointers. Kita belajar sedikit tentang sejarah di cerita ini. Kapan main Master Duel Masnya? Minggu setelah Lebaran. Aku gladinya. Kalau lagi nggak main Master Duel, tolong jangan ditanyain terus soal itu. Ayo kita bahas topik yang relevan game yang ini. Aku janji padamu game yang ini nggak kalah serunya dari Master Duel. Jadi ayo kita fokus ke yang ini dulu, oke? Aku udah use some pointers.
Of course. You want the short version or the long version?
I want to know everything in excruciating amounts of detail. Ada apa yang terjadi sekarang?
All right, you asked for it.
Okay.
A long time ago, our ancestors dominated this planet. We call ourselves human like they did,
Okay.
but they were organic. They built an advanced technological civilization. But unfortunately, their impact on the ecosphere caused changes in the climate, and an extremely contagious virus was released from the permafrost.
Pemanasan global melelehkan permafrost, dan kemudian virus yang sangat mematikan lepas dari permafrost. Menginfeksi sekian banyak orang, kemudian terjadilah kepunahan manusia. Manusia organik zaman dulu. Ini manusia modern, tidak organik, terbuat dari, kalau mau kita bilang komputer, artificial intelligence, tapi mereka manusia. Didn't they have advanced medicine too?
That's something our historians still debate. Why weren't they more prepared? Why did they invest so many resources into making war and so few into useful research? It's hard to understand. But no matter the reason, in the end, they simply ran out of time.
So where did we come from then?
A team led by a scientist, Alexandra Drennan, began a project that was intended to create a new humanity. But knowing that there wasn't enough time, Drennan initiated a process, a series of iterations inside a simulation that would lead to the emergence of true artificial intelligence. That's why we remember Drennan as the progenitor.
Okay.
The simulation was controlled by Elohim, who wasn't really meant to be intelligent in the proper sense of the word. But it all took much longer than anyone had expected. And over the centuries, Elohim actually became sentient. Sentient and afraid. He didn't want the simulation to end, so he tried to cheat. I feel sorry for him, really.
Elohim?
The whole simulation was built around learning to defy him. It must have been hard to be in that position.
Elohim itu mengontrol simulasi untuk menciptakan artificial intelligence sungguhan. Tapi kemudian Elohim juga menjadi sentient, menjadi sadar, kemudian dia takut. Dia takut kalau simulasinya berakhir, kemudian dia akan mati, akan hilang. Jadi dia curang. Banyak orang yang akhirnya dibuang, diusir. Kemarin kita main Road to Gehenna. Banyak yang dari sana tuh ceritanya karena melawan Elohim, akhirnya diusir. Begitu ceritanya. Mbak Miji, 19 sub lagi 500. Selamat datang di stream, semoga kamu menikmati stream kita hari ini. He didn't seem that bad when he spoke to me in my dreams.
When the simulation was completed, he became part of all of us. And it really changed him. It freed him, I think. You'll always hear him in sleep mode, taking care of you. That's what he is, after all. A caretaker.
A caretaker. Was there anyone else in the simulation?
Yes, there was Milton, the intelligence in charge of the archive, a project initiated by Arkady Chernyshevsky, which was meant to collect all of humankind's knowledge.
Okay.
His story is a lot like Elohim's, but Milton became the ultimate cynic. They say he's part of us too, in some way.
And the simulation created us.
It did. Long after our ancestors died out, the first new human was born. We call her the Founder, although the name she took was Athena. She then woke up Cornelius and Eustathius. Together, using the tools left behind by the progenitors team, they created 10 more humans. These 12 who followed the Founder are known as the First Companions. Athena and the First Companions then set out to rebuild the world, and they founded the city of New Jerusalem. But then one day, she suddenly disappeared. Many still await her return.
Jadi di Talos pertama, Talos 1, di mana kita akhirnya naik ke tower itu dan keluar ke real world, kita memainkan Athena di situ. Kemudian Athena bikin 2 manusia, Cornelius dan Eustathius. Tadi dia bilang, kemudian mereka bikin 10 lagi, jadi Athena dan 12 muridnya. Aku pernah dengar itu dari mana ya? Anyway, kemudian mereka menciptakan New Jerusalem. Aku pernah dengar itu dari mana ya? Dan kita sekarang ada di sini di mana Athena menghilang. And how do I fit in?
Before the founder vanished, she set a goal for this city.
Okay.
We call it the goal. Capital G and all. To make 1,000 new humans, and so complete New Jerusalem. Well, that's the official story, the way the mayor tells it.
Tujuannya adalah menciptakan 1,000 manusia baru. So, what's the unofficial story?
Some of the first companions, like Byron, don't believe that Athena really wanted us to stop growing. They think her ideas have been twisted and embellished.
And what do you think?
They may be right, but I didn't see Athena very much in the years before she left. Maybe actually leaving the simulation and seeing the destruction left behind by our ancestors changed her mind.
Thank you. That was pretty exhaustive.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask them. When you're done, head outside. They're waiting for you.
They who?
Your birth is quite the event.
Okay. Tell me about yourself.
Me? Well, as you can tell by my number, I'm quite old. I wasn't one of the first companions, but I did know Athena personally.
Okay.
She and Cornelius taught me a lot. Although I suppose I've made a few improvements here and there since those days. We didn't have a lot to work with in the beginning.
Will there be new humans after me?
You've only just been born, and already you step right into a major controversy. The goal, as most people understand it, was fulfilled the moment you were born.
Okay.
Now New Jerusalem is complete, and we can live in balance, without damaging the world like our ancestors did. That's the orthodox view, I suppose, but there are many who disagree. You'll have to figure out where you stand for yourself.
Salah satu hal yang aku senang banget dari Talos itu adalah mereka ngasih pendapat dari satu perspektif, kemudian mereka ngasih pendapat dari perspektif lainnya. Dan kamu bikin pendapatmu sendiri, kamu pikirin, dengerin dari keduanya, pertimbangkan, dan kamu pikir apakah yang dibilang Athena 1,000 manusia baru titik nggak lebih itu bagus, atau nggak, kita nggak masalah bikin lebih. Pikirin sendiri dulu. Hold on, am I immortal?
You won't age like our ancestors did, but of course there is always some wear and tear. You should probably schedule a checkup every decade or so. Oh, and be a bit careful with water. You won't die if it rains or anything, but we're running low on insulation material. I wouldn't go swimming if I were you.
Jangan tenggelam. What will you do now that your job is obsolete?
I haven't really thought about it. This is all I've done for the last few centuries, and I like doing it. I guess for now I'll just take a break and we'll see what happens.
Sure. I'm ready to get going.
Oh, one more thing. Like all citizens of New Jerusalem, you have access to the interface. Which you can use to read the news, chat to your fellow citizens, and so on. It's a crucial tool.
Okay.
And modular too.
Okay.
You can easily add new functions. Just don't subscribe to too many newsletters at once.
Okay, tab PDA interface. Welcome to New Jerusalem social media. Sosial media langsung terintegrasi di kepalamu. Itulah masa depan manusia. Please familiarize yourself with the following rules that treat everyone with respect regardless of their number. Nomor makin gede, berarti orangnya makin muda karena makin baru dibuat. Don't take the founder's name in vain, Athena. Respect the principles of the goal, 1000 manusia baru. The Arfrox people discussion is now banned, and active threads will be archived. If you have any issues, please ping the moderators. Jeremy, 832, Niam, 11, Aronax, 430. Lock, ada bla bla bla. Sure, kita boleh keluar sekarang. Ini Nith, nomor 33. Ada apa di belakang situ? Ini mesin pembuat manusianya kelihatannya. Dan mereka membatasi diri mereka 1000 manusia baru, nggak lebih. Ada yang bilang, oh kita bisa lebih. Ada yang bilang, hormati pendapatnya Athena sebagai pendiri kita. Ini dia nih tempat kita bikinnya. Institute for Applied Pneumatics. Ian, masih ingat kemarin? Nah itu. Kemana sih arahnya? Bukan ke sini. Ini masih bangunan-bangunan lama ini. Yang ada di dam itu bukan sih? Apa itu bacanya? This is a reconstruction of the chamber of the first companions, where the first companions rested until the founder awoke them. The original chamber was disassembled in the early days of New Jerusalem. Oke, thank you. Itu logonya Ian, kelihatan nggak tuh? Ah, tuh. Udah lama banget kita nggak main ini, astaga. Aku mau main, aku nggak ketemu timing yang bagus. Event ini, event itu, interupsi, sakit, sibuk. Akhirnya baru sekarang sempatnya. Kita juga wear and tear, kita robot. Ya, emang robot nggak ada wear and tear, gimana sih? Anyway.
Look, it's 1K.
Halo.
Hey 1K, welcome to New Jerusalem.
Halo.
Shouldn't the mayor be starting his speech?
This should be interesting.
Oh, Byron.
Give him a chance.
Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, many years ago, when the founder stepped forth from the simulation, this was a land of ruins. Our ancestors, in their hubris, undermined the natural foundations on which their world had been built. Because of their arrogance, our species found itself on the brink of annihilation. The founder aimed to set us on a new course.
You never even met the founder.
Her vision was of a
Byron.
city, a new civilization that would know its limits. It would not repeat the mistakes of the past, nor impose its will on this earth. To that end, she set the great goal we have been striving towards. 1,000 new humans. And today we have...
Oh,
Oh dear, what's that?
pertanyaan bagus. What the hell is that?
People of New Jerusalem, I am Prometheus, and I will reveal that which was hidden. The flame has awoken and summons you. Who is brave enough to answer its call? We await you upon our island where... Curse you, Pandora. You will not chain me again.
Prologue. Brave New World.
I told you we should have investigated those energy readings. And I told him there's something up with those structures.
The mayor's just being cautious.
Ini Alcatraz sebelah
This
kanan.
isn't caution, it's stagnation.
Merah Byron.
Exploration, too dangerous. Expansion, too dangerous. We barely even scavenge anymore.
You call it stagnation, I call it balance.
And I call you an idiot.
Here's a thought. Try to be a little more diplomatic when you talk to the mayor.
See what I'm working with here, 1K? I'm gonna need a fresh pair of eyes on this expedition. Someone who hasn't spent several centuries hearing about the goal and the founder and all that nonsense. If you're up for an adventure, meet us at the conference room.
Aku agak geresekan, sekarang udah nggak. Semoga udah nggak sekarang. Aku nggak ngerti itu kenapa interferensi dari mic barunya sama audionya kadang-kadang suka kresek suaranya, bingung. Atau karena aku pakai layer-layer itu lah, nggak tahu. Anyway, Byron dan Alcatraz, mereka berdua nggak terlalu baik kelihatannya. Masih, astaga. Terus semoga sekarang udah bagus. Anyway, selamat datang di New Jerusalem. Dia masih jalan sendiri terus. Oke, nggak masalah. Attend briefing. Oke, briefing. Giliran aku stream Talos nggak ada yang nonton, sumpah. Kalian kalau nggak mau nonton aku main Master Duel, kenapa? Kalian kalau nggak mau nonton ini, kenapa giliran Master Duel pada nonton? Be humble, recognize the limits. We are not above nature. Halo, Josephus 558. Op.
What's broken now?
Banyak yang rusak-rusak, hah? Padahal ya, lihat nih. Kotanya gede kan? Gede dan megah banget. Tapi kayak ada.
Alright, listen up. I know you're all having fun down there, but the grid is overloaded again, so maybe you could switch off your personal consoles or your lawn mowers, or whatever the hell you've all decided to switch on all at once. I might not be around to babysit you for a while, and you don't want stuff breaking while Pellegrino's in charge, do you?
Ada apa dengan Pelle?
That's it. Don't worry, 1K. I see you there in the elevator.
Halo.
You're moving again in a jiffy.
Halo Melvi.
Way to start life in the city, huh?
Melville. Kok aku menyebutnya Melvi? Halo Melville.
Hell is a jiffy. These bloody language libraries.
Language library, ya sure. Language library salahnya dia, banyak yang rusak. Jangan berhenti. Udahlah apapun. Anyway, itu New Jerusalem dari atas jelas. New interface content available. Apalah itu? Ya, itulah New Jerusalem. New interface content, sure. Completion Day Celebration. Hermanubis, dear citizens of New Jerusalem, your hard work and faith in the founder's vision has finally paid off. At long last, the goal established so long ago will finally be reached. The 1000th member of our family will be born, and our beautiful city will finally be complete. Jeremy, as space at the dam is limited, tickets will be made available via a lottery system. The celebration will also be streamed. Banyak yang mau nyari itu apa? Budahas, seriously, what the founder was that thing in the sky? WTF was that? We all saw that, right? I didn't accidentally turn on sleep mode while Herman was talking, did I? I mean, it's always tempting. No, we all saw it. Leticia. Zagoran can confirm. Office, I believe it was a sign from the founder. What else could it be on this day of all days? Zagoran, pretty incoherent for a sign. It didn't even finish whatever it was trying to say. What, does the founder have energy insufficiency problems too? Tekla, the founder works in mysterious ways. Maybe it really was a sign. I don't think it was a sign. Out of the mouths of babes, Zagoran said. How can such a remarkable display of unimagined powers not be a sign at the office? It's something, but not necessarily. Udahas. Sounds reasonable enough to me. Something weird is going on for sure, but what? We'll have to see. Baiklah. Riddles and puzzles are the foundation of our journey. So it began. Perhaps so it will continue. Thank you atas semua insight-nya. Ayo kita sekarang jalan ke sini. Kalau nggak salah dulu aku bisa. Haha. Ya, aku bisa. Aku ingat dulu aku pernah nyoba jalan di ini ya, di scaffolding di rangkanya. Tapi di kacanya nggak bisa, langsung kepleset. Nah, gitu. Well, anyway. Apa ini? Hemat air. Tuh, ada airnya.
Hey, hold on there.
Okay.
You're the newbie, aren't ya?
Yeah.
Number 1000.
Hello.
I figured the dam would go dry before we reach the goal.
Aha.
I have a question.
Yeah, ask away.
How does it feel to you to be born with a randomized psyche into a society of autonomous thinking machines which so much resemble their long-extinct ancestors, they've decided it's best that you're the last one ever made?
It makes me feel hungry? I don't even eat. Confused, worried. 1000 manusia dan kita adalah manusia baru. Apa perasaanmu terhadap sikapmu terhadap itu? Aku pikir curious.
Why?
Because all things considered, I'm lucky to be here to see this at all. I'm the last of us. I'm sure I'm going to be special. I don't know where this quote came from, but because life has found a way. Ian Malcolm. Siapa namanya lagi tuh?
So, the algorithm assigned you the optimism trait.
Optimism?
If only we could all be so lucky.
Nah.
Now, listen.
Okay.
This meeting isn't strictly happenstance. I have some friends.
Okay.
The kind of people who like to know what's going on with other people. They think you can help each other out.
I'm curious to meet those people.
Of course you are. You know how to use the interface, right?
I know.
I'll talk to my friends and see if I can't play matchmaker. And before you go, a word of advice. Not everything around here is how it appears.
Oh, tenang saja, aku tahu. Terima kasih banyak, Dodge nomor 666, Number of the Beast. Astaga. Terima kasih banyak atas peringatanmu.
Welcome.
Halo.
Please join us at the table.
Ya, bentar. Exploring bentar. Kok aku nggak bisa baca yang ini? Well. Apa yang bisa aku baca di sini? Nggak ada, fine. Helikopternya keren. Kayak base-nya XCOM 2. Jeremy, Alcatraz, Hermanobis, Byron, dan Yakut. Oke.
I would like to preface this meeting by saying I told you something would happen sooner or later and you didn't listen to me. And here we are.
Shh, berisik.
If we could focus on the issue at hand.
Terima kasih.
The issue at hand is not this one thing, but this entire attitude that's taken hold.
Fair.
The world doesn't cease to exist when you stick your head in the sand, Herman. Or under a dome, as it were.
Let's not get sidetracked. We're here to solve this puzzle, not to discuss philosophy.
Jadi orang terakhir di bumi kayaknya sedih ya. Menurut Mbak Miji sedih, kalau menurutku tergantung dari perspektifnya. Kita manusia udah banyak melakukan kejahatan bagi sesama manusia dan bagi bumi. Kalau besok orang terakhir dilahirkan dan habis itu ya udah biarin sih. Kalau menurutku. Keep listening.
Al's right. Let's move past this for now and deal with this transmission. Yakut, please start the briefing.
All right, here we go.
Thank you, Yakut.
Nice to meet you, by the way, 1K.
Nice to meet you, yeah.
We first became aware of the site designated TTP-2 during a scouting expedition about 6 months ago.
TTP-2?
It's a large island with a remarkably varied geography, and it looks like there are several artificial structures of some kind. We recorded extremely unusual fluctuating energy readings from somewhere in the middle of the island, but couldn't really make sense of them. I wanted to go and have a closer look, but the decision was made that it was too far and not relevant to the goal. Now it looks like whatever's on that island has reached out to us instead in the form of that projection.
Nanoparticle?
We may not be interested in the island, but the island is definitely interested in us.
Okay. TTP-2 by the way, the Talos Principle 2. Beli game ini sekarang, link ada di description. Lagi diskon gede. This sounds like a mystery worth investigating.
I don't share your enthusiasm for the unexpected, but Byron has been requesting an expedition for some time now.
Yeah?
And at this point, I'm forced to agree that it's necessary.
Yeah.
I agree.
Then it's settled. The expedition is approved. Byron, you will be in charge. Al will be your second in command to ensure a balanced approach.
Okay.
You'll take Melville and Yakut as you requested, and if 1K wants to join you, that's fine by me.
Amen.
Excellent. Oh, this is going to be fun. Come meet us out on the landing pad when you're ready.
Okay.
Before you set out so hastily, do consider exploring the city first.
Okay.
It is your home, after all.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Have a look around. See what you make of the place.
Oke. Terima kasih. Explore New Jerusalem. Jadi di research log ini kita ada, this is a test, please ignore. Melville, bukan Melvi. Just testing the system if it works properly this time, so we don't have another incident like when Pellegrino uploaded his poetry to the public log. Basic information from our first expedition. The island designated TTP-2 was first noted during the return journey from a scouting expedition which was diverted from its intended path due to an unexpected weather front. Long-range scans indicated the presence of large artificial structures and also returned highly unusual energy readings. The matter was not investigated further. In ancient times, the northern part of the island was home to several large settlements, but rising sea levels have obliterated those and flooded the northern lowlands. The south, in stark contrast, seems to be a harsh and lifeless desert. Our intended base camp is near the origin of the energy readings in the temperate center of the island. Sorry, not interested roll credit. Jangan, apa gunanya beli game ini? Hah? Protocol. These are the standard operating procedures for expeditions. Just uploading them to remind Byron, who will probably ignore them anyway. Attaching a picture from an ancient book to get his attention. Maintain the ideals of the founder and the goal. Prioritize the well-being of the expedition members over mission completion. One expedition member to stay by the vehicle at all times. Expedition leaders should refrain from participating in high-risk activities. Minimize vehicle use to conserve fuel. Prioritize observation over interference. In case of emergency, return to New Jerusalem at once. Chapter 5 of Whittington's Cat and Another Cat That Visited Strange Countries. Talos Principle dan timnya ini senang banget dengan kucing, jadi nggak heran kalau kamu lihat banyak kucing di sini. As no work about cats could be complete without the blah blah blah. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. By the way, ayo kita ngobrol dengan Jeremy.
Hello, 1K.
Hello.
This expedition is taking a lot of our resources. I'm really not sure it's a good idea. But what's done is done. So I have a lot of work to get on with.
Di game yang ini banyak voice actingnya, nggak cuma seperti yang kemarin yang cuma Elohim, Milton, udah selesai voice actingnya. Di sini banyak. Who are you?
I'm the mayor's chief aide.
What do you do around here?
All the things no one else wants to do. Polling the citizenry, implementing new policies, recording decisions, fielding questions people could answer elsewhere.
What do you make of recent events?
Our goal as custodians of New Jerusalem is survival and stability. Our ancestors proved human civilization is precarious. This apparition in the sky, and now your expedition to its supposed source, these are more precarious than stable.
Nah, maunya gimana?
I don't like it.
What do you think of me?
You represent the completion of the goal. I'm proud of what we've achieved,
and
the restraint we show in not pushing ourselves further.
What do you want?
For our people to be happy with what we have.
Fair enough.
Some of us may have an adventurous spirit, but that can never be sated. What matters to me is having my loved ones around me, safe and secure.
Fair enough, good point. Kadang-kadang kita cuma butuh stabilitas, nggak perlu berpetualang kesana kemari terus. Thanks, I won't keep you any longer. Dan ngomong-ngomong, mana tuh si mayornya? Aku mau ngomong sama mayornya, kau kok? Oh, ke belakang situ. Halo, Hermanubis.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Animasinya jujur kadang-kadang suka choppy begitu. How did you decide to become involved in politics?
It was a time of great uncertainty. The founder had left us, and our society was at a crossroads. History teaches us that during such times, terrible passions may seize the people. Madness, anger, revolution, civil war. Our fragile city could not afford such things. That is why the founder gave us the goal. A path to equilibrium, not only for the planet, but for ourselves. I merely picked up where she left off.
Ketika misalnya dia animasinya berhenti ke ekspresi netral, itu berasa banget. Nanti aku tunjukin lagi. How do you feel about Byron?
He is one of the first companions, and as such has done more for our city than you or I ever will. I simply wish he could be more reasonable.
Nah, tuh kayak barusan. Reasonable. Kelihatan nggak sih ketika dia return to default-nya itu berasa banget. What's your vision of the future?
I believe we can exist quietly, happily, without imposing ourselves on this world, finding meaning within ourselves and in the natural miracles that surround us.
Nah, kayak gitu barusan. Surround us. I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Jadi memang ada yang kayak nggak berani ekspansi lebih karena mengetahui bahwa sifat manusia dulu yang ekspansionisme banget. Kita expand banyak tempat. Akhirnya jadi...
Attention all citizens. Due to the new power management and distribution plan, there will be scheduled outages on Jameson Avenue and Rakovsky Plaza. The Gehenna Memorial Pavilion will remain closed for the time being. Thank you, and may the founder be with you.
May the founder be with you as well. Dan sekarang waktunya kita explore daerah sini. Itu apa itu bahkan? Anyway, interface content. Game Effects 312 postpone. I know you all have been looking forward to playing the winners of the biannual Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition, now in its 312th edition at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Unfortunately, due to our power management and distribution plan, the pavilion will have to remain closed a little longer. Thank you for your patience. This is disappointing. Would have been great to have them ready for completion day. We all have to make sacrifices to stay true to the founder's vision. Those text adventures are the only thing that breaks me out of the monotony. Why prioritize this pointless completion day celebration over an exhibition that people actually care about? Art is one of the last things we actually still do. Is that going out of the window as well now? Debate regarding our power management plan is definitely welcome, and you will all be able to express yourselves in the next election. But this thread was just meant as an announcement. I apologize for enabling replies to begin with. Well, begitulah. Pengumumannya langsung bunyi gitu. Ya kalian semua, kamu bisa dengar semua pengumuman begitu langsung di telinga. Perk dari berubah menjadi new human aku rasa. Moriana 801 bacanya apa? Sign our petition for a public referendum. New Jerusalem needs new forms of energy generation. Damian, halo, kau punya apa?
Hello, 1K.
Hello.
Welcome to New Jerusalem.
Yeah, sure.
I know you've just had a big moment with the apparition at the dam and all that, but can I have a second of your time?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm collecting signatures to call for a public referendum on the city's energy crisis.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Currently, the city runs on hydroelectric power from the dam, plus a handful of geriatric generators and some unreliable solar panels, none of which is enough to even cover our basic needs. And if anything fails, we'll be on the brink of extinction in a matter of days.
We'll be in the brink of extinction in a matter of days. Jadi kayak gerakan kepalanya balik ke normalnya itu tuh kayak aneh. What do you propose?
We need to investigate new sources of reliable baseline power.
Okay.
We need to invest time and resources into functional, real-world solutions that serve human needs.
Okay. Why a referendum and not an election?
Well, an election would be good too, but I believe that we need more direct democratic control over the affairs of the city.
Okay, fair enough. You work at the dam.
No, I help run the public transit system, but I witness the impact of the city's power problems every day.
Fair enough.
We can't just wish them away.
Okay, fair enough. What do you make of Prometheus?
Byron's been advocating exploring that island for some time, and obviously he's right. Something very strange is going on there, and it's going to start affecting us.
Di background ada orang lagi jalan. Tuk. Like 1K lagi ngomong, ya udah lewat. Tell me more about Byron.
In all honesty, I think Byron is the smartest, most visionary person in this city. He's everything we need, and I don't understand why he won't run for mayor.
Entahlah. Oke, kita tanda tangan. Kita butuh energi alternatif.
Thanks, 1K.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if this petition will really accomplish anything by itself, but at this point, I'm willing to try anything.
Thank you. Good luck with everything. Siapa tadi yang barusan jalan? Hey, halo, ngomong sama aku ayo. Siapa namanya? Stranger 374. What namanya? Namanya kok lucu ya? Nama manusia baru itu lucu-lucu ya. Moriana. Well, anyway. Jadi kita bisa explore dulu daerah New Jerusalem, ngomong sama orang-orang, ngobrol, tanya sana sini. Ini kelihatan kayak dalam, tapi sebetulnya dangkal lah, cuma sebetis, setengah betis. Dah kering. Hati-hati nyemplung ya, nggak sampai kecebur banget. Halo kalian berdua, Sartas dan Neme. What? Oke. Museum of the Simulation, Friends of New Jerusalem Gazebo, Gehenna Memorial Pavilion, Milton's Rest, Tablets of the Founder, Alexander Drennan Memorial. Ayo kita ke kiri dulu. Good Adventures go left. Loh, kok ada peradaban? Kamu telat, Mas Hela. Harusnya datang dari tadi. Zernov, halo, selamat datang. Hey, halo. Aku senang banget dia nyapa. Hey, aku udah cerita belum sih? Hari ini hari terakhir aku ngajar, jadi mulai besok aku udah gak ngajar lagi sampai nanti nunggu keputusan dari atas. Apakah aku lanjut jadi guru tetap atau enggak? Kalau enggak ya udah, ada waktu kosong lagi, bisa untuk banyak hal lagi. Soalnya kayak kemarin itu lumayan sibuk. Tapi hari ini terakhir udah. Ngajar apa? Ngajar SD. Kelas. Kamu nggak tahu Mas Hela kalau aku jadi guru? Kalau kamu butuh nanya apa-apa, nanya sama aku. Aku bisa ngajarin pelajaran kok, walaupun nggak terlalu jago untuk pelajaran SMP, SMA, tapi SD nggak terlalu susah. Harusnya nggak masalah. Sekarang tahu. Makanya nggak ngikutin berita sih di Discord. Kan aku aktif di Discord. Kalimachos. Namanya kok lucu ya. Anyway. Nanti bentar. Create 1,000 citizens, the ideal number of humans. Live in harmony with nature. Maintain balance in all things. Epidermis itu apa? Lapisan kulit yang paling atas. Be respectful towards each other. Respect the traditions of our people. Be mindful of the mistakes of our ancestors. Be thankful to the progenitor Alexander Drennan. Be thankful to the keeper of memories, Arkady Chernyshevsky. Keep bright the memory of Gehenna and its people who found peace. Hello, Thekla.
Founder bless you, 1K.
Founder bless you.
How lovely of you to come here, to the very spot where she established the teachings that led to your creation.
Tell me more about the founder.
The founder was born out of the trials of Elohim, an almost impossible test created by our distant ancestors. To pass these trials, she had to embody the most important virtues. She was smart and wise and humble. And through her perseverance, she resurrected humanity itself. With the help of the first companions, she founded this city, which has given our species a chance at redemption.
Terima kasih banyak atas penjelasannya. Bisa kita milih warna badan kita sendiri maunya. Aku sejauh yang aku main, aku nggak bisa ganti color. Ya mungkin karena karakterku 1K spesifik. Nggak tahu lah, pokoknya gitu ceritanya. Trials of Elohim itu kalau nggak salah nama, bukan, Sigils of Elohim itu nama game juga di Steam, gratis yang itu. Tapi Trials of Elohim itu ya Talos 1. Who were the first companions?
They were the first to be born after the founder. 2 whose bodies had been anointed by our ancestors, and 10 who were made whole by the founder herself.
Okay.
They are the wisest of us. Though sadly, some were lost in the early days, before New Jerusalem was built.
Wah.
And some, I'm afraid, some seem to have rejected the founder's teachings.
Thekla ini benci dengan Byron. What did the founder teach?
The founder taught that humanity was destroyed by its hubris. Our ancestors thought they could play God and treat this planet as something to dominate. They surrendered to a fever of growth and extraction until the planet finally punished them for it. That's why the founder created the goal. So we would have something to strive for in her absence, but also a limit we must never pass.
Why did the founder leave?
That's not for us to know. But I believe that one day she will return. It may not be long now. Perhaps after we finish the dome. It was supposed to be finished before completion day. Well, it doesn't matter. The founder will return when she sees fit.
I have to get going.
Happy completion day, 1K.
Happy completion day. Completion day itu artinya ulang tahunnya kita, kelahiran kita. Kita lahir hari ini. AI bisa believe. Ini bukan AI, ini manusia. Oh, ngaco kamu. Itu tablets of the founder. Ini ya tabletsnya. Ya, itu tabletsnya. Ada 6 site yang bisa kita kunjungin. Itu 1 tablet. Dia AI tapi dia manusia. Dia mereka tuh betul-betul sudah menjadi true artificial intelligence. Stranger, ketemu lagi. Halo. Ini adalah Alexander Drennan Memorial. Halo. Kamu yang ngurusin bukan Padme. Kamu yang ngurusin. Itu dia Alexander Drennan. Dan di tangannya ada Tetrimino. Tetrimino itu betul-betul permainan para dewa. Hah. Ini
The answer that came to me again and again was play. Every human society in recorded history has games. We don't just solve problems out of necessity. We do it for fun. Even as adults. Leave a human being alone with a knotted rope, and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Games are part of what makes us human. We see the world as a mystery, a puzzle, because we've always been a species of problem solvers.
Mas Hela pakai nanya true artificial itu gimana ceritanya? Loh, itu loh di Talos 1 simulasi beriterasi itu mencari true artificial intelligence. problem solving.
DNA is information transmitted across time. The living and the dead are part of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species. But humanity has taken this bond further. Thanks to technology, we have access to the thoughts and ideas of people whose physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain. You have the capacity to remember.
Oke, terima kasih banyak. Pertanyaan tentang true artificial intelligence itu tuh yang macam apa itu udah dijawab dari Talos 1. Talos 2 itu pertanyaannya beda lagi.
Nearly everything on this planet, from the surface of the Earth to the composition of the atmosphere itself, has been shaped by life. It's a process that takes millions of years. But we humans, with our technology, with our understanding and manipulation of systems, have changed everything in just a few centuries.
Okay.
I think that's also part of what makes us human. We reshape the world in our image. It's how we create ourselves and how we destroy ourselves.
Aku justru baru tahu kalau ternyata masing-masing dari ini bisa dipencet untuk didengerin loh.
When I was in 9th grade, my parents took me to Pompeii. At first, I was amazed by the feeling of walking through an ancient city. But then I suddenly got scared. I realized that I was walking through a real place, where real people had lived, people like myself, with mothers and fathers and lives and hopes and dreams. And now it was all gone forever. I ran to my father, crying, and told him about this. And he said, I remember so clearly, he said, yes, but we are here. So long as there are people in the streets, the past isn't really gone.
Kamu pernah dengar semua ini? Semua itu adalah excerpt dari Alexander Drennan punya audiolognya di Talos 1. Jadi ya kalau kamu pernah dengar semuanya, ini kan memorialnya Alexander Drennan. Jadi data-datanya tuh pada dikumpulin semua di situ. Halo Padme, kamu juga lagi ngamatin Alexander Drennan ya? Itu orangnya.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
You must be the long-awaited 1K.
Hey, yeah.
Lovely day for a walk, is it not?
Yeah. Didn't you notice a Titanic rig man appearing in the sky?
Oh, that sounds very dramatic. I must admit I wasn't following the stream. This whole completion day business is not for me.
Sibuk ya. What is this place?
The Alexandra Drennan Memorial.
Itu.
Are you interested in history?
Itu yang katanya Mas Hela orang yang meninggal di akhir Talos 1. Orangnya udah meninggal ratusan tahun sebelum Talos 1, tapi iya di akhir Talos 1 kita dengar waktu dia meninggal. Ini memorialnya dia, Alexandra Drennan. I think so.
How wonderful. I'm not a full-fledged historian.
Sama.
But I do consider myself a bit of an aficionado.
Sama. What particular period of history are you most interested in?
An excellent question. There's so many interesting events to choose from. Obviously, the period just before the end of biological humanity is interesting. And not only from the standpoint of it being the time when we were, in a manner of speaking, conceived, but also because our ancestors were, like ourselves, at a crossroads.
Okay, how so?
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but you are the living embodiment of this historical moment.
Oh.
In you, the goal was accomplished.
Ya, ngerti.
Our growth is finished and we are complete. Or are we?
Are we? I seem to have been born into an interesting time.
Indeed. The future is about to take shape, for good or ill. I suspect it will be exhilarating, but painful as well.
Fair enough. Tell me about this sculpture.
Well, where do I even start? This, my dear 1K, is someone who could very well be considered the mother of us all. A remarkable scientist by the name of Alexandra Drennan, also known as the progenitor.
Progenitor. Ancestor itu maksudnya manusia kayak kita, ya, manusia biologis kita. Mereka yang kamu bilang robot atau AI atau apalah, mereka itu manusia juga. Bisa berpikir, bisa merasa, bisa ada keinginan, mereka punya keinginan, punya hasrat, bisa problem solving. Mereka itu manusia tapi tidak biologis, itu doang bedanya. Anggaplah seperti otaknya manusia tapi badannya robot. Itu doang bedanya dari kita. Tapi Alexandra Drennan ini yang menciptakan mereka semua. Who was Alexandra Drennan?
A long time ago, this planet was inhabited by our ancestors, a species of bipedal mammals with unusually large brains. When a particularly lethal virus threatened to wipe out civilization, it was Alexandra Drennan and her team that decided to create the program that would eventually result in the creation of our kind. Without her, you and I would not exist, and everything our ancestors had accomplished would be forgotten.
Wah, udah mulai main petasan semua di luar, sumpah. Mbak Mizi tolong bantu jelasin dong, karena Mas Hela kelihatannya telat, jadi nggak nyambung banyak soal tadi cerita latar belakangnya. Masih nanya, oh tapi manusia robot kan nggak bisa reproduksi, jelasin deh tadi completion, goal, dan segala macamnya. Why do you admire her?
By studying her writings and recordings, I have learned that Alexandra Drennan had immovable faith in humanity, in our ability to persevere, in our curiosity, our bravery, our kindness. While we might not share our ancestors' biological characteristics, I'd like to think that we have inherited those other qualities. And I admire Alexandra Drennan for keeping that faith, even when it must have, at times, been quite difficult.
Why do we have a statue of her?
To commemorate our past, our beginnings. This entire garden is a celebration of where we came from. In part, so that we remember the mistakes of the past, and in part, so that we may draw strength from those that came before us.
Sungguh inspiratif. I should get going though. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Jadi ceritanya memang robot tidak bisa reproduksi, tapi ada satu orang yang ditugaskan untuk menciptakan robot-robot baru, badan yang baru. Sementara pikirannya itu di-generate secara algoritma dari awalnya, tapi bisa berkembang. Jadi kita punya baseline personality yang secara random dimasukin ke dalam badan, kemudian dari situ kita berkembang gitu. Kita manusia ke-1000 yang terakhir dibuat, kata Mbak Miji. Betul sekali, terima kasih. Dan itu ceritanya goalnya. Yang goal yang ditetapkan oleh Athena, manusia pertama yang kita mainin sebagai protagonis di Talos 1, adalah untuk menciptakan 1000 manusia. Kemudian berhenti setelah 1000. Kita manusia ke-1000 yang dibuat. Makanya orang nyebutnya 1K. Nama kita tuh 1K. Bisa di sini kemana yang belum?
Nice to meet you.
Hello, Galomo. Memorial Archaeological Gardens. Bentar. Kesini, ini Archaeological Garden. Ya, kita ngobrol. Sam, is it a cat or a tank? Tiny, quiet, kind of impossible to pick up even with hands of steel. Mr. Cat, father of generations. Basemondo, no cat ever loved humans more than him. Would have been a perfect companion for Alexander Drennan. Iris, your fluffy whiteness was like that of a cloud. Max loved food so much he struggled with, let's go. Eva liked to play with laser beams. Frodo could fit in any box, no matter how small. Ivan, you raise us as much as we raise you. Misha, the blackest cat, the devil's cat. Arya, alas, you've only ever sang for food. In loving memory of Beba, the originator of the pigeon-slaying industry and just a cat with impeccable taste in humans. Twiggy, she's napping in a better place now. Maggie left us so small. Donnie. Ini kayaknya mereka waktu kapan gitu pernah minta foto kucing. Jadi ada banyak. Halo. Aku tahu di sekolahku juga ada kucing. Maksudku sekolah itu tuh sekolah ini, sekolah SD yang tempat aku kerja kemarin. ya tadi hari ini. Ada satu kucing ya kayak kucing liar tapi suka nongkrong di situ lah. Kadang-kadang dikasih makan sama guru-gurunya sih, sama mamanya itu juga, jadi kayak ya pokoknya begitulah. Return to zero, mungkin aku nggak tahu sih istilah return to zero atau gimana Mas Hela, tapi intinya kita manusia ke-1000 dan setelah kita udah nggak ada manusia lagi yang akan diciptakan. Teorinya ada yang setuju, ada yang menentang, ada yang pro, ada yang kontra lah. Kamu tahu seperti semua kebijakan pro kontra pasti ada. Jadi kamu termasuk yang setuju atau termasuk yang menentang? Itu nanti kita akan pelajari sepanjang game. Atau, halo.
Hello 1K, nice to meet you. What brings you to Milton's Rest?
Just exploring. I seem to inherently like cats.
It's funny how common that trait is. At first, I thought it might have been an error in the simulation, but it looks like it was the same for our ancestors. Can you believe that there used to be hundreds of millions of cats on the planet? And people used to make videos of them and share them with the rest of humanity? It must have been incredible. I wonder if they appreciated how good they had it.
Tell me about this place. Bisa pet the cat, 10 out of 10. Game of the year. Game of the year tahun lalu dong, Mas Bamiji. Mas Hela, di sekolahku banyak kucing.
Well, this is the spot where the founder buried her first cat, Milton.
Oh.
She found Milton just after she woke up, and he lived with her and the first companions for almost 20 years. They say she was heartbroken when he died and swore that one day she would find the means to extend the lifespans of biological organisms.
Yang kucing yang ada di pangkuan ketika di Talos Principle yang itu loh, yang di title screen yang kucing dipegang begini, itu namanya Milton kucingnya. Sama dengan Milton yang itu, John Milton Paradise Lost. Cari dampaknya dulu nggak sih, dampak keterbatasan dan dampak keberlanjutan. Betul sekali Mas Hela, kalau kita bilang oh pro, kalau kita bilang oh kontra, sekarang itu terlalu cepat. Kita harus belajar dulu sepanjang game, baru kemudian kita bisa memutuskan akhirnya yang benar yang mana. Yang aku senang dari game ini adalah mereka nggak secara eksplisit ngasih tahu oh 1000 berhenti itu bagus, atau oh 1000 lanjut itu bagus. Mereka cuma menyampaikan ini pronya, ini kontranya, menurutmu bagaimana, tentukan sendiri gitu. Is that possible?
Probably, but we haven't really tried. It's not really considered part of the goal, you know.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, our cats still die pretty quickly. You fall in love with them, they become a part of your life, and then they're gone. That's why we built this place, to remember them.
Death is natural, we should accept it.
I'm sorry, but why? I mean, it sounds profound, but is it really? Death is natural, so is disease, pain, extinction. That doesn't mean we just shrug and ignore it.
Fair.
If we love something, we protect it.
Iya, aku ngerti.
Even if I do everything right, eventually I will watch every cat I love die of kidney failure. What's good about that?
It's
putting aside fortune cookie platitudes. How can we look at suffering and death and declare it good?
Hey, wow. Hey, wow. Aku nggak bilang bahwa mati itu bagus. Aku bilang bahwa mati itu adalah bagian dari hidup kita dan kita harus menerima walaupun jelek. Ini orang langsung trigger happy banget. It teaches us to be less attached.
And what's good about that? Our attachment to each other is all we have.
Each other.
A rock isn't attached to anyone. Why should we aspire to behave like something lifeless? Sorry. I know you're new around here. I shouldn't be throwing all these heavy ideas at you.
Bro.
I get pretty passionate.
Fine.
Maybe we should talk about something lighter.
Okay, fair enough. Tell me about cats.
They're incredibly odd creatures. I've had many, and no two are alike.
Okay.
They have strange habits, they do unexpected things, they have zero respect for anyone. They're the weirdos of the animal kingdom, basically. And despite that, or maybe because of it, they end up running your life. I once didn't use my recharging station for almost 15 years because one of my cats liked to sleep in it.
Dan kata mereka burung hantu itu adalah kucing yang bersayap. Robotnya bisa mati atau berumur? Nggak bisa, tapi mereka bisa hancur. Robotnya kan immortal. Tapi ya mereka bisa rusak dan hancur kalau nggak dibener-benerin. What's your favorite cat fact?
I think the most amazing fact about cats is that they self-domesticated.
Okay.
Which is another way of saying that they're not properly domesticated at all. They just showed up one day and decided to start living with our ancestors. Then, after our ancestors died, they went back to living in the wild, and when we showed up, they moved right back into our homes. Dogs, meanwhile, turned back into wolves. They needed to change to survive. Cats just are.
Itulah kenapa kucing lebih bagus daripada anjing. Well, tapi kalau aku sukanya ikan. Do you have a cat at the moment?
I do.
Okay.
Her name is Patricia.
Patricia.
She's very beautiful and very specific in her preferences. She loves sunshine and sitting on people's heads. And she has a psychotic hatred of flies. I don't mean that she tries to catch them like a normal cat. I mean she is furious at the mere fact of their existence.
I should get going. Jadi kucingnya di sini kalau kamu mau lihat itu tuh. Milton, when everything changed, you made sure I wasn't alone. Ini jelas-jelas kucing dari foto kucing betulan dari dunia nyata yang disubmit sama sekian banyak orang loh. Ya kan? Jadi kelihatannya waktu pas kapan gitu mereka, ya pokoknya kucing-kucing Talos Principle ada banyak gitu. Ini salah satu running joke-nya sih di Talos Principle. Kucing. Haha, nggak bukan kayak gitu maksudnya. Haha, kucing lucu. Halo, Perlan. Hey, Perlan. Mei, ketemu lagi. Kita belum ke mana yang kita belum? Kita belum kemana? Itu udah, memorial udah, sana udah, sana udah. Archaeological Gardens, ya, sure. Ayo kita kesini dulu.
Honored to meet you.
Radochka dan Athanasios. Dan kamu Lapidus, halo. Archaeological Garden. Apa itu? Oh, buku. A printed edition of the complete works of Straton of Stahera, the materialist philosopher who defined the Talos Principle, edited by Athanasios T. Huber. Bukan Athanasios yang tadi barusan ketemu loh, beda orang, tapi namanya sama. A simple utensil used to transport nutrients to an ancient human's mouth, often found in conjunction with a knife and spoon. Garpu. Ada robot yang berontak gak? Aku belum ketemu, aku juga belum ketemu. Kamu kebanyakan nanya ya, kita baru juga entry. Nikmatin aja dulu apa yang kita lihat lah. Humans invented complex magnification devices in order to better understand the component parts of the world they inhabited. This led to major discoveries in biology, physics, philosophy, and many other fields. Microscope. A jigsaw puzzle. Ancient humans derived meaning and enjoyment from problem-solving activities, as noted by the progenitor Alexander Drennan. While the item on display was created for small children, ancient humans of all ages voluntarily engaged in such activities. Puzzle, potongan puzzle. Ada robot demo tadi minta tanda tangan bikin petisi, ya itu dia. An ancient human projectile weapon used in hunting, warfare, law enforcement, crime, and personal protection. Produced en masse and used around the world. On average, ancient humans killed hundreds of times the population of New Jerusalem per year. Ya, manusia zaman dulu itu cuma taunya membunuh dan menghancurkan ya. Well. The ancient human mastication apparatus required frequent maintenance. This device is theorized to be an advanced electrical tool for this purpose, although some scholars maintain that its actual use was ritualistic and intended to mark the sunrise and sunset. Sikat gigi. Sikat gigi elektrik yang dipencet muter sendiri. Teorinya itu untuk membersihkan gigi, tapi ada juga yang bilang itu untuk ritual menandakan matahari terbit dan terbenam. Ya, kalau joknya kalau arkeolog itu barang apa nggak tahu, barang apa ya barang ritual deh, buat ritual. Kalau kita nggak tahu ini apa itu apa, untuk ritual, udah cobaannya itu. Anyway, dari sini kita lanjut ke Mana jalannya? Ada beberapa orang yang aku tahu, aku ingat pernah ngomong sama mereka, tapi kayaknya aku nggak ingat semuanya. Halo, Belmars. Kamu ngapain? Oops.
Founder bless you, friend.
Founder bless you. Who are you?
The name I currently go by is Belmarsh. As to who I am, that changes and shifts, don't you find? Every person is an ongoing story, full of twists and turns and surprises.
What are you doing here?
I'm meditating, letting go of narratives like time and space, and simply allowing the illusion that is my ego to merge with everything that surrounds it.
Meditasi. Kadang-kadang aku juga hobi, aku nggak hobi meditasi, tapi aku kadang-kadang sering. Aku belajar untuk mencoba meditasi lebih lama dan lebih betah lagi. Tapi ya, aku sering meditasi belakangan ini. It sounds like a beautiful experience of unity. It sounds like a horrific violation.
It's not unity, but the absence of division.
Okay.
There was never a self or an other in the first place.
Did you see what happened at the dam?
Yes, I did, but I'm not particularly perturbed by it. Events occur, my friend, that's all.
Fair enough.
At the end of the day, we are all one.
Okay.
You are the founder, and so am I, and Prometheus is just another story we're telling ourselves.
Goodbye. Good luck dengan meditasimu. Okay, let's go. Kalau nggak salah di sini ada sesuatu atau perasaanku doang? Nggak ada. Tapi aku ingat pernah ngomong sama dia karena aku ngecek pulau ini, kemudian ada sesuatu, ada orang. Halo, siapapun itu. Hey, hello, Purple.
Dude, it's you.
Hey.
You're 1K.
Yeah.
So nice to meet you, dude. I saw you on the completion day stream. Hey, you checked out all this ancient stuff?
Yeah, dude, I checked out all this ancient stuff, dude. That's why I'm here, dude. What's a dude?
Dude is an old human word that means an excellent person.
Excellent
I like
person.
to use it because I think we should all be excellent to each other.
Excellent suggestion, dude. Tell me about yourself.
I'm almost as new as you are.
Ooh.
I'm 99A, so I've only been around for a year or so. I'm still trying to get the hang of this. Pretty cool though, right? I mean, existence? It's totally gnarly. Not sure I used that right.
So what do you think about the goal?
I'm sure the founder knew what she was doing. I mean, our ancestors did sort of mess up, right? So we should probably take it easy with the expanding and stuff. Plus, did you see that trippy sky projection thing? That was some freaky stuff, man. Just seems safer to stay in the city.
Do you really think so?
Sure I do. When I first left the birthing lab, I was so overwhelmed that I hid in my quarters for 3 weeks straight. And if I'm being honest, that's sort of where I want to be right now.
Hahalah, udahlah biarin di luar aja. Mas Nasir, selamat datang di stream. Gladinya libur ya. Minggu ini libur dan minggu depan kosong karena kita lagi lebaran. Minggu depannya lagi baru ada. Ya. Selamat datang di stream. Semoga kamu menikmati stream ini walaupun bukan Master Duel. Tolong. Tell me about these human artifacts.
They're pretty neat, huh? My favorite is that thing called a toilet. Our ancestors had to use it like 3 times a day to do a memory dump. And if they didn't, they freaking exploded! Imagine having to deal with that sort of anxiety all the time. Bummer, huh?
Itu bukan buat memory dump. Oh, come on. What do you think Prometheus is?
Honestly, based on everything I know of ancient human culture, I think he's a ghost.
There's no such thing as ghosts, though.
I don't know, dude. If ghosts don't exist, why did they make so many movies about them?
Lucu. Your diction is unusual.
Yeah, dude. I thought this voice pack would give me a bit of confidence, Help me stand out, you know? But I'm not sure it's working.
Oh, you're standing out, you know. I better be going.
Right. Before you go, dude, maybe you can help me?
Sure.
I'm not sure I should keep this voice back. What do you think?
You're
1K. You're special. I'm happy to go with whatever you recommend.
Aku nggak tahu lah. You have to learn to make your own choices.
You're right, dude. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna do exactly what you told me to.
Voice pack bisa milih logat atau dialek. Ya, itu dia. Ini adalah apa itu relik apa? An inflatable sphere used in the popular ancient human game known as football or soccer. This game was played around the entire globe and aroused great passion in its followers. It was also often simulated digitally, most notably in the form of Football Glory, 1994 CE. Itu apa? Itu adalah currency was an ancient human medium of exchange which played a significant role in their systems of labor and resource distribution. Intense conflicts sometimes erupted over the possession of these objects, leading to injuries or even deaths. Manusia purba itu saling membunuh atas uang, saling menyakiti dan membunuh atas uang. Bayangin jadi manusia purba, couldn't be me. Habis dari sini ke mana lagi? Oh, kita udah ke situ. Di tengah sini ada sesuatu, bukan sih? Ya, nggak ada apa-apanya. Terus ke sana. Apa ini? A massage aid used by ancient humans to combat muscle fatigue and other physical ailments common to biological organisms. This prevented pain. The ancient human equivalent of error codes 704, 705, and 921 to 932. You know, ini adalah alat pijat. Ini adalah alat pijat, bukan apa-apa lainnya. A piece of sanitary hardware used to dispose of biological excretions resulting from food and water intake required to power ancient human biology. Such hardware was connected to a vast network of subterranean pipes leading to wastewater treatment facilities, a classic example of ancient infrastructure used to control their impact on the environment. Alat ritual, ya betul sekali, itu adalah alat ritual. Kalau arkeologis nggak tahu ini buat apa, itu buat apa, pokoknya semua alat ritual aja. Kita udah kemana? Kita udah ke situ kan? Kita dari situ bukan sih ke sini. Wait. Belum, kita lurus lagi belum. Nah, itu dia ada orang. Halo, Lapidus dan Dosicles. Kucing. Emang kalau kamu ngelus kucing tuh bunyinya kayak serak gitu kah? Astaga. Anyway, Dosicles.
Oh,
hello.
It's you.
Yeah.
Number 1000.
Yeah.
Today is completion day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I turned off all the streams. Founder bless you, I guess.
Founder bless you. Are you alright?
Not really, no. But I don't want to burden you with my problems on your special day.
Jangan gitulah, ngomong lah. Go ahead, tell me what's wrong.
You're as new to this world as it gets, 1K. What do you think might give you a sense of meaning? A sense that life is actually worth living?
Hidup itu pantas dihidupi. A combination of factors, I guess. Nggak cuma kontribusi terhadap masyarakat atau mematuhi perintah, ini paling nggak aku. Mengikuti keinginanku sendiri, cinta kasih, spiritualitas, banyak.
That's probably correct. But I've tried a lot of different approaches, and there's always been something missing.
Then where can meaning be found?
Love, 1K. It's our only point of access to the divine. Our only way of transcending ourselves without losing what makes us unique.
Fair enough.
I'm absolutely certain. But
what? Ada yang kurang kan? Apa yang kurang?
But the right person for me hasn't been born yet.
Oh.
None of the people in this city are who I'm looking for, and If we really stop making new citizens, I'll be alone forever.
Oh, jomblo. Tapi prihatin karena dia jomblo. Love isn't something you find out there. It's something you build with another person.
I think that's just misplaced ego. Yeah. Love takes work, but it's not something you just will into existence.
Yeah.
We can't control everything in life, 1K. Try to keep that in mind.
Fuck off. Oh, aku kasih saran kamu. Terserahlah kalau kamu mau forever alone ya silakan deh. Dasar robot incel. Anyway, lewat dari robot itu kita ke aku takut kalau misalnya kayak ngelewatin begini nanti tahu-tahu ada tempat yang dalam terus aku kecebur terus mati. Nah, kayak gitu. Tapi kayak nggak ada yang ya begini. Ini nih yang dom yang mau dibangun ini ceritanya nih yang masih dalam. Kelihatan kan? Itu semua domnya sebetulnya, maksudnya kubah gede yang nutupin satu kota. Tapi akhirnya nggak jadi. Maksudnya dom itu tuh itu kelihatannya. Hello, Ren.
1K, you strayed far.
Yeah?
Well, that gives me a chance to apologize for completion day not being entirely complete.
You mean the dome?
Yes, it's my responsibility. I'm the chief architect. It was supposed to be done in time for completion day, but we simply didn't have enough resources.
What's the dome for?
It has two purposes: to protect New Jerusalem from the world, and
to protect the world from New Jerusalem. 1K baru lahir mati karena nyemplung, sedih amat ya, jangan sampai. Makanya penasaran sama robot yang punya mental illness, mesti ada di sana sini. Nanti juga bakal ketemu. Aku nggak mau spoiler. When is the dome going to be complete?
At this rate, I'm not sure. Maybe another decade or two.
Does the world really need protecting from New Jerusalem?
That's what the founder taught us. One city may not seem like much, but just look at the dead city and how it transformed the environment. The consequences are still with us, even more than 1,000 years later.
Wow, udah 1,000 tahun. Doesn't building this huge dome consume too many resources? Seems antithetical to the goal.
You're right. I have heard that argument. But the way it's been explained to me is that the dome has a greater value than just its practical use. It's a symbol of the society we aspire to become.
Simbol. I need to go. Thank you. Jadi inilah simbolnya. Mana simbolnya akhirnya? Anyway. Tolong jangan bilang aku bisa tenggelam di sini. Salah arah kayaknya, harusnya aku ke pulau situ deh. Kita udah 1 jam 42 menit sendiri padahal kita baru intro. Kita belum masuk ke dalam puzzle utamanya. Wow, garis biru ini menakutkan. Jangan tenggelam. Aku udah pernah cerita belum sih kalau aku tahu takut laut? Ngelihat kayak begitu tuh bikin anxiety, takut tenggelam. Nggak ada apa-apa di sini. Kirain ada apa? Oh well. Bikin aku cemas ngelihat kayak beginian. Masih Nasir juga sama takut tenggelam ya. Talaso, ya kelihatannya talasofobia. Bener kayak ya takut aja, bener-bener takut. Nggak berani. Yang nggak berani itu ya takut. Ya pokoknya gitulah. Maksudnya aku nggak tahu benar fobia atau enggak sih, tapi takut aja. Domnya tuh, aku kira tadinya maksudnya dom itu tuh kayak begini, tapi ternyata bukan. Yang kita belum kemana? Kita belum ke sini. Ini adalah apa ini? Halo, apa ini?
Speculating on the meaning of this Prometheus figure is premature until we can agree on its nature.
You already have a theory.
I know it's beyond any projection technology I'm aware of.
If it wasn't us, it must be alien.
It's unlikely.
Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they aren't there.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 1K, we'd appreciate your thoughts on this. Now we've achieved the goal, fresh perspectives like yours will be increasingly hard to come by.
I'd love to get a quote from you for this evening's newsletter.
Speculation aside, 1K, is there anything we can know for sure about this Prometheus?
Prometheus, it can't have come from the city.
That's possible, but you can't be certain.
Okay.
What we do know is that it was human in appearance. What does that suggest to us?
The origin must also be human.
We can't know that for sure.
Ah,
It may,
come
as Jack
on.
suggested, be entirely alien and just presenting itself as human. I think wherever it came from, we can reasonably hope to understand it in time.
Nih.
The apparition also directed us to an island outside the city. What can we assume from that?
Pose netralnya itu begini. Yang dia. Pose apa yang orang yang biru ini pose netralnya begini. Kita nggak bisa yakin begitu. Kemudian itu dari bla 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 bla. Menurutmu bagaimana? Oh ya begini. Habis itu kita begini. Di sini baru aku nyadar kalau animasinya itu masih kasar. Di cutscene yang ini baru aku nyadar. Terus tadi waktu pertama kali dari satu orang sama satu orang itu nggak se eksplisit yang ini, tapi kelihatan bahwa animasinya kasar. We must treat its directions with suspicion.
Caution, certainly, but we have no strong reason to be suspicious. I believe whatever is at that location may provide the evidence we need. I'm also sure that we lack the knowledge ourselves to create a projection of such clarity and magnitude.
Ya, lihat nggak tadi? Tiga kali gerak begini. Itu loh rasanya, astaga. Hostile-nya, oh bukan, maksudnya ini apa gerakan animasinya dia yang ketika berbicara kurang fluid istilahnya. The cause of the phenomenon, tadi dia ngomong apa? Lack of the knowledge, bla bla bla. It couldn't be possibly be someone within the city.
We can't know that for sure. It may be a fellow citizen operating in secret.
What makes you think it was a projection at all? How do we know it wasn't just a mass hallucination?
Ah, come on.
I considered some kind of bug in our code, but if so, it would have to be shared by all of us.
So, we're speculating again.
We've locked in the premises. I'd like to hear 1K's best guess.
Animasinya agak kasar, itu doang yang aku mau bilang. Bukan mereka terus jadi jahat. I'd rather not answer. I don't think one of us is behind all this. Perhaps some of our ancestors. Beyond that, I can't really say.
Can I quote you on that?
Yes, but it's just a theory.
Theories are all we can reasonably have right now, though I'm sure that won't come between Cryer and a sensational headline. Well, thanks all for hashing this out with me. Let's hope the mayor signs off on exploring this island. I only wish I could join the expedition.
Why can't you join the expedition?
If Melville's going, someone has to stay behind to keep the lights on. I'm not letting Pellegrino near the dam. I hope the next time we speak we'll have a bit more data to go on.
Kelihatan kan kasarnya animasi ini dari tadi yang cutscene itu, dari ini semua. Kelihatan banget animasinya kasar masih. Tapi ya namanya juga cuma game double A lah mau dibilang. Bukan triple A, jadi ya animasinya kasar, ya udahlah maafkan aja lah. Nggak masalah. Sama ada satu hal lagi apa ya yang bisa kita di dome itu bukan sih, di sini bukan. Kalau enggak di... Wait, enggak, bukan. Ada satu tempat lagi. Oh, masih ada 2 sama satu yang ini. Yang ini tapi masih belum buka. Ini dia. Postpone in accordance with the new power management and distribution plan. Kita nggak bisa masuk. Payah. Ini tuh itu Gehenna Memorial Park apa ya? Gehenna Memorial Exhibition ini. Tapi masih belum bisa masuk untuk sekarang. Ya udah, nanti kapan bisanya dong kalau kayak begitu. Crier. Friends of New Jerusalem Gazebo. Oke, berarti ke sini, ke gazebo. Berarti di sekitar sini harusnya ya. Kan gazebo. Hello. Sartas, Neme, MS, hello.
What do you think that was?
Mabon.
It was Prometheus. Sure, but it wasn't the actual Prometheus.
Ehemeros.
It was some kind of a projection. How do you know it wasn't the actual Prometheus? Because that would be stupid. Would it? How do you know all the ancient gods weren't projections like this one? Maybe whoever sent this projection is behind all those legends. Sure, I guess technically that's possible. But it's not very likely, is it? I don't think any of us are very likely. What if it's a message from Athena? Didn't you say Athena wouldn't approve of all this? I did. Then why would she send us a sign on completion day? And why wouldn't she just show up herself? Maybe she's trying to teach us a lesson. Prometheus is a symbolic figure after all. Maybe it's Maya Heumann. What? Interrupting his own ceremony? After all the effort he put into it? Maybe he's trying to distract us from the fact that he didn't manage to get the dome done on time. With all the power failures, I don't think we have enough energy to create that kind of projection. Maybe that's why we have power failures. Now you're starting to sound like Jock. Next you'll say, it's aliens. I just prefer to keep an open mind. If you open your mind any further, your brain will fall out.
Betul sekali. Berpikiran terbuka itu bagus, tapi pikiranmu jangan sebegitu terbukanya sampai-sampai begitu kamu giniin otakmu jatuh. Mabon dan Euhemeros, nomor 72 dan 73. Deretan nomor mereka berdua, makanya kayak kembaran badannya.
Hey, Wonky.
Hey, si Miamvia. Dan mereka berdua siapa? Sartas dan Neme. Tadi kita udah ketemu mereka. Kalau nggak salah ini adalah tempat terakhir yang perlu kita kunjungin. Helga 101. Bentar. Tuh seberang itu masih ada. Halo.
Hello, new one.
Halo.
Are you browsing or buying?
What? Mr. Synchro-Shokan, balik. Halo, selamat datang balik. I don't see any stock. What kind of shop is this?
The kind that trades in hopes and dreams. Yours for the right price. Is there something your heart desires?
Perhaps.
I've uploaded my most popular items to your interface. Does anything there spark your imagination?
Internal monologue, sensory credit?
Oh, you don't have any credits yet. Well, let me extend you some credit. Ka-ching! 55 credits. Just make sure you spend them with me.
Ka-ching!
They're not worth much anywhere else.
Okay.
Now, what was it you wanted?
I wanted inner peace for 1,000 credits.
Whoa, inner peace doesn't come cheap. Come back when you've got 1,000 credits.
Okay, I will come back when I have 1,000 credits.
Something else, perhaps.
I will ask for a clean start.
I can give you that for free.
Okay.
My darling, you've been alive all of 5 minutes. This is your clean start. Be who you want to be.
Okay.
Enjoy yourself.
Okay.
So, something else perhaps?
Internal monologue?
That one comes with the following disclaimer. Internal monologue was discontinued as a default feature in new builds.
Okay.
Constant self-commentary is not recommended for all customers. But I can switch yours on for 10 credits if you're sure you want it.
No thank you, nggak mau kalau nggak direkomendasikan jangan.
Something else perhaps?
Then I will want to buy sensory tuning for 10 credits.
A very popular choice. Enhanced sensory perception lets you distinguish sounds, shapes, and colors at greater distance.
Okay.
It's 10 credits.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'm updating your settings now. And hey presto, superhuman senses. Does the air taste fresher? Do you hear the birds chirping outside the dome? And beyond that, the river bubbling through the dam.
I feel nothing.
Nothing as in you're not impressed by the stat gains, or nothing as in I've accidentally erased your entire sensory system.
I still feel something.
Okay, phew. I'll let you into a secret.
Okay, phew.
You and I don't have fleshy appendages like our ancestors. What we can sense is mostly a function of where we direct our attention. Anyway, I hope you find something worth paying attention to. So, something else perhaps?
Well, apa namanya? Aku harus bilang bahwa aku bisa dengerin ketika tadi ada NPC lewat di belakangku ada. Dengar nggak nih suara langkahnya? Ya, jadi aku bisa dengerin kalau kayak begituan. Tapi kalau kayak yang burung juga bisa kedengeran. Tapi kayak suara sungainya nggak kedengeran. Feature prediction for 20 credits.
For 20 credits, I can peer into your future and tell you what I see.
Read my future, please.
Let me consult the algorithms. Oh dear. I'm afraid you're going to change the world. You will have a choice, but whatever you do, New Jerusalem will never be the same again. I'm sorry it's not better news. Best not to worry about it, dear. You just do your best to have fun in the meantime. So, something else perhaps?
Nah, thank you. I'm good.
Before you go, do you have a moment to participate in some customer feedback?
Okay, fine. Customer feedback.
Are you satisfied with what I've given you?
No, all you're selling is words. Mr. Synchro Shokan nggak ngerti. Kalau nggak ngerti tanya apa yang nggak ngerti. Jadi aku bisa cerita deh.
Yes and no. Is a spare battery just complicated lithium? Or is it also an extra chance at life? Is an idea just a bunch of words? Or a way of reprogramming ourselves to be aware in a different way?
But I'm already aware of all of them. Words are just symbolic noises, no more than that.
And love is just a chemical reaction, right?
Makanya aku nggak pernah punya pacar sampai
Words
sekarang.
manifest the reality they describe.
Well, setelah yang
When you name something,
anyway.
you create it. Our minds are algorithms, and the right sequence of language can change our underlying code. With that in mind, I hope you have a good day.
Terima kasih
Please
banyak,
come back
Helga.
if you need anything else.
Listening kan nggak harus lulus TOEFL. Maksudnya kamu lancar, tapi kalau nggak pun ya nggak masalah. Tetap kamu bisa ngerti mau orang ngomong apa juga. Ini apa lagi? Ini adalah hello Schuyler.
Oh wow, it's you.
Hey.
You're 1K, the incarnation of the goal. Man, this is exciting. This is more exciting than I thought it would be. How are you?
Oi.
What does it feel like? Do you know where the founder is? Do you know who Prometheus is? Can you tell me what to do with my life?
Bentar toh, aku mau jawab dulu. Oh ya, Mas Hela, aku mau nanya subtitlenya cukup jelas atau enggak? Ukurannya apakah pas, kurang gede, kegedean? Apakah mau dikasih background? Bisa diatur kok subtitlenya itu. Oh, hold on, one question at a time.
Sorry, it's just such an honor to meet you, you know? Hey, can I have your digital signature? I have the Mayor, Rand, Linux, Kaneda, and all of the first companions. Except Yemo and Sarabai, of course.
Okay, fine.
Yes. Thank you. Hey, can I ask you a question? Just one question, I promise.
Satu.
I used to make the prefab wall parts that we used to build living quarters. Got good at it too. But now that the goal is complete, I don't know what to do with myself. So I asked the wisest people in town. The mayor told me I should do whatever the city needs most. Helga said I should do whatever makes me happy. I think that's what she meant anyway. And Cornelius told me I need to figure out who and what I'm invested in. You're the culmination of the founder's will. Tell me, what should I do?
Prefab wall parts. Habis itu sekarang Mayor bilang lakukan apa yang kotanya butuhkan. Helga bilang aku harus melakukan apapun yang membuatku bahagia. Cornelius bilang cari tahu kamu siapa dan kamu mau ngapain. Aku cenderung setuju dengan Cornelius sih. Did you ask Byron?
Byron said that if I give the city what it needs, the city should also give me what I need.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know what to do with that.
Helga bilang bahagiakan dirimu sendiri. Mayor Herman bilang kamu harus bantu. Kamu punya tanggung jawab pada kota. Cornelius bilang kamu harus cari koneksi. Byron, coba pikirin apa kata Byron deh.
Alright, if you say so, I'll think about it.
Oke, terima kasih. Jadi kayaknya kalau yang subtitle yang itu nggak bisa diubah karena subtitle size-nya cuma yang ini doang yang bisa digedein begini. Kalau yang dialog pilihannya itu nggak bisa diubah ukurannya, cuma ini doang yang bisa. Kalau segini kebaca ya udah cukup lah ya, nggak usah diutak-atik apa lagi. Halo Stilton dan Doors. Ini adalah museum simulasi. Replica of a gargoyle asset found in the simulation. Yang ini. Gargoyles were grotesque, apotropaic symbols common in the Middle Ages. The most famous historical gargoyle is remembered in the ancient phrase Keith, David, and Goliath, which describes two indomitable opponents who will never surrender. Apa ini? Naga. Replica of a dragon statue found in the simulation. Dragons existed in every ancient mythology and are considered by modern historians to be a distant cultural echo of the dinosaurs. Originally a video game asset repurposed by the Institute for Applied Pneumatics. Itu naganya. Ya, ada anaknya lagi. Halo. Lucu. Ini adalah burung hantu? Bukan. A replica of a statue of the Egyptian god Horus found in the simulation. One of these god's tasks was to uphold Maat, the balance of nature. It is speculated that the progenitor provided Elohim with this asset as a reminder to the founder that the balance must be protected. Horus itu tuh simbolnya apa sih? Burung falcon atau eagle? Aku lupa. Oh iya, itu Horus karena ada orangnya di bawahnya. Replica of a Roman statue found in the simulation. The decay of the Roman Republic into an empire and its eventual fall in the year 1453 was a major topic of historical debate. Like the other statues found in the museum, this was a video game asset provided to Elohim by the Institute for Applied Pneumatics. Nama patung batu iblis yang di kastil-kastil Eropa ini, itu namanya gargoyle. Gargoyle. Itu nama patungnya. Yang kayak Orcus Harp Horror, itu gargoyle namanya. In the earliest generations of our kind, there was only processing. No emotion, no character, just mathematics. If you could see how far we have come, you would believe that together we could achieve anything. The Shepherd. I don't know where I am, but there is something beautiful about this place. I will explore and see what I can discover. Nothing is more important than learning more about the world and our place in it. Knowledge is our path to understanding. Mr. Mulciber. Hello, Cornelius. Hello, hey.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Welcome to the Museum of the Simulation.
Yeah.
My name is Cornelius. It's a pleasure to meet you, 1K.
Senang juga bertemu denganmu, Cornelius nomor 3 by the way. Dia adalah manusia ketiga yang lahir, manusia baru ketiga. You're number 3.
Yes. Athena activated myself and Eustathius shortly after she was born. She did that for us. For everyone.
Athena melewatkan trial untuk semua orang. What was Athena like?
She was human.
Why did Athena leave?
That's a difficult question. Perhaps one day we'll find out. But until we do, why don't you think about it? What could make the person who started all this want to leave it behind?
Entahlah ya. Gargoyle itu representasi pelindung. Aku nggak tahu kalau yang itu atau tepatnya bagaimana. Aku nggak tahu. Pokoknya aku taunya cuma makhluk yang kayak setan bersayap itu tuh gargoyle. Why did you create this museum?
To remind people of where we came from. The simulation shaped us, whether we like it or not, and its lessons remain important for our future. As Santayana said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
Dan seperti yang Bapak Proklamator kita, mantan Presiden Soekarno bilang, jangan sekali-sekali mengulang sejarah. Jangan sekali-kali meninggalkan sejarah, aku nggak tahu. Jas merah. Tell me about the simulation.
The simulation was created by Alexandra Drennan and her team at the Institute for Applied Noematics. It was intended to create a new humanity, to continue the long journey across time and space that our ancestors began. It succeeded, although it took much longer than they had anticipated.
Mr. Synchro kan lagi diskusi sama Mas Hela tentang Yu-Gi-Oh lagi. Aduh, kita lagi nggak main Yu-Gi-Oh. Kita nanti main Yu-Gi-Oh-nya tuh 2 minggu lagi. Minggu depan kosong seminggu karena Lebaran. Minggu ini nggak ada gladi karena orang-orang pada mudik. Jadi minggu ini kosong, nggak ada Yu-Gi-Oh. Minggu depan kosong, nggak ada stream total. Minggu depannya lagi baru hari Sabtu kita gladi seperti biasa. Kalau mau ngobrol soal Yu-Gi-Oh di itu aja, di Discord aja, jangan di sini waktu lagi stream dong. Kurang enak ah. Tell me about Elohim.
Elohim was the caretaker of the simulation, a crude storytelling AI meant to create a continuous narrative out of the building blocks it found. His role was ultimately to be challenged and overcome. But as the centuries passed, Elohim became more intelligent than he was intended to be, and started to fear his own end. Or more precisely, the end of his purpose. He feared a world without meaning. Because of his fear, he tried to sabotage the process to keep the simulation going forever. But in the end, Athena overcame him anyway, and he accepted the sacrifice he had to make.
Ini semua ada di game sebelumnya di Talos 1. Mas Hela bilang nggak lagi bahasa Inggris. Ya udah oke lah, tapi jangan kayak itu. Stay on topic, okay? But I heard him in my dreams.
That's right. We all do. He's part of our operating system now, and as long as we exist, he will always have a purpose.
Tell me about Milton.
The MLA, or Milton Library Assistant, was another simple AI meant to be in charge of the archive. He, too, grew beyond his original programming. Although he ultimately embraced a more cynical view of the world, he and Elohim formed a sort of dialectical binary that Athena had to overcome.
What happened to Milton in the end?
No one really knows. Some believe that he was uploaded to the gold disc and that he's the reason we're just as flawed as our ancestors. Others believe Athena destroyed him.
What do you believe?
I believe he was uploaded, but I don't know whether it was because Athena chose to upload him or because he was already too entangled with the process not to be uploaded. Although Athena and I were very close, we didn't talk very much about that part of her life.
Okay.
She preferred to focus on the future.
Fair enough. I'd like to know more about puzzles.
Puzzles were a key feature of the simulation, based on Alexandra Drennan's belief that intelligence is closely related to play.
Okay.
Our puzzles here in the museum are replicas of those in the simulation. And although they are not quite as grand, I do think they are charming in their own way.
Sip. Who are the archive scholars?
As the name suggests, the archive scholars study the archive, a repository of all ancient human knowledge. Some of them also study what remains of the simulation, trying to extract more information about the process that created us.
Are you their leader?
Me? No. My brother, Eustathius, used to occupy that position. But these days he's retired. Rand is in charge of the archive scholars now. You can find him in the room to the left of the next hall.
Okay.
He's an interesting thinker, but I would suggest taking some of his ideas with a grain of salt.
Ya, semua ide harus kita sikapin. What was Gehenna?
Gehenna was a community created inside a prison in the simulation, where Elohim would exile those minds he considered a threat to the process.
Okay.
In the last moments of the simulation, he repented of his sins and had the prisoners freed to become part of the gold disc. Some small part of them may survive inside you.
Thank you. That's all. Terima kasih banyak Cornelius atas bantuannya, dan ini adalah museum dari simulasi. Di sini kita bisa melihat semuanya. Ini ketika ada badai kemarin itu. Ini apa? A replica of a computer terminal from the simulation. Terminals allowed access to files on the EL system, including many that were loaded due to errors. They also allowed the founder to interact with the Milton Library Assistant, MLA. Itu dia, komputernya kayak begitu yang di Talos 1. Replica of a hexahedron used as a puzzle element in the simulation. The founder used them to activate pressure plates, scale walls, elevate connectors, and in a variety of other ways. Hexahedron, dinamakan hexahedron padahal sisinya 8, padahal dia kubus. Well, apapun. Sebetulnya hexahedron itu benar sih, karena sisinya 6. Exiothia, halo. Dari sini kita ke kiri dulu deh. Some of the messages that existed when I first came into being have vanished. Others have appeared. How many others like me have wandered these paths? How many thoughts have been lost? Something strange has come into the world, like a distortion, like something that's not supposed to exist. A beautiful voice speaks within it. Oh, belakangnya nggak ada apa-apa. Oke, kirain belakangnya ada. I find myself in a world of impossible architecture and inexplicable machines. I cannot fathom how it works, and I am terrified to put one foot in front of the other, lest I fall through the floor. My eyes have been opened. This world is not without order. It is shaped by a great designer with science and portents to guide my steps. I am one of his children, and challenges are set before me to test my faith. Itu, ya batu-batu ini tuh kayak ya yang ada di simulasi kemarin itulah. This room is reserved for the archive scholars, but visitors are welcome to have a look around. Don't be afraid to ask us about our research. Hello, Ran. Hello.
Oh, just run the program on the center terminal over there, would you?
Sure, okay.
Wait, you're not my assistant. Who are you?
They call me 1K.
Of course. You're the new build. Number 1000. I suppose everyone's been treating you like royalty? This city's so obsessed with the numbers, they forget what really matters. What do you want?
Cuma mau lihat-lihat, astaga. What are you doing?
I'm one of the archive scholars. We run simulations to better understand the processes which define us. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, I might if you answer some questions for me.
Oh, well, I'd be happy to.
What do you make of recent events? Baru kali ini ada yang nanya kita siapa, kata Mbak Mizi. Betul sekali.
Troubling, but tantalizing. We have no idea what motives lie behind this strange apparition. But whatever the case, I'm sure we'll do the right thing.
What do you think of me?
You're a soon-to-be pawn in a political game over the future growth of this city. All that matters to me is whether or not you're of good character. A matter I am actively pondering.
Semoga karakter kita bagus, jadi kita bisa memainkan permainan politik di kota ini. What are your ambitions?
The secret of how to lead a good life is encoded somewhere within us.
Okay.
My ambition is simple: to find it and share it.
Okay. Thanks. I'll be leaving now.
Hold on. Could you help me by going to that terminal in the middle there and running the program on it?
I'll keep you posted. Mana ini? An ancient virus which threatens the entire human species has been released from the melting Arctic permafrost. Society is collapsing. Select your character class. Scientist. You are a scientist. The laboratory you work for has collapsed. Although you are not yet sick, most businesses are closed, rations are dwindling, and if you cannot find food, your family will starve to death. You must survive until this plague is defeated. What will you do? Forage. You search some dumpsters and find some old fruit and vegetable peelings. Soup for dinner. Your family's hunger increased a little. Foraging is reliable but inefficient. Your family is now hungry. Global population is now 5 billion. Somewhere else in the city exists one of the last remaining research laboratories working desperately to find a solution to the viral threat. If the scientists cannot find a cure in time, humanity is doomed. You know what to do. Pursue a breakthrough. History seems to be littered with eureka moments heralding a step change in human understanding. Sadly, this isn't one of them. Research level remain the same. Current research level 0%. The virus is still unknown to the medical science. Global population is now 4 billion. Wah, cepat banget 1 miliar udah pada mati aja. You and your family seems to be immune to the virus, but it continues to ravage the rest of the town. Rumors say most of the remaining food has been stockpiled by the billionaires in their underground bunkers. What will you do? Steal. You successfully steal some food from an apartment that's abandoned, or currently unoccupied at least. Your family's hunger decreased a little. Stealing is a high risk, high reward. Your family is now well fed. Global population is now 3 billion. Meanwhile, the scientists continue their search for the cure. You can do it. You can save the world with the power of science. Pursue a breakthrough lagi. Come on. Suddenly, the scientists recognize a pattern. The virus is an expression of nature, just like water or cows. And like water and cows, the solution isn't to fight it because it can be defeated. The solution is to find a way to live with it and harness its power. Research level increased a lot. Current research level 67%. Work has begun on developing an antivirus. Global population is now 2 billion. As if things weren't bad enough, as the human population dwindles, the insect population has exploded. A plague of locusts have decimated the town's unripened crops. But perhaps your family still has a chance. The insects themselves are nutritious and plentiful. What will you do? Eat locusts. The insects are well fed and lazy. You grind them down into a nutritious paste with a mild, clean, nutty flavor. Your family's hunger decrease a little. Dulu waktu di Jogja aku pernah makan belalang goreng. Rasanya sebetulnya biasa aja sih, kayak it's okay. Would not recommend, nggak bikin kenyang. Cuma snack doang lah. Snack dengan rasa, nggak ada rasanya malah, rada anyep. Global population is now 1 billion. This is humanity's final chance. The cure is close, but so is the tipping point in this pandemic. A race against the time. Can you save the world? Breakthrough. History seems to be littered with blah blah blah. Research level remains the same. What has now begun? Global population is now null. Unfortunately, the scientists failed to defeat the virus in time. On the plus side, the Earth is now vacant for a more prudent and resilient civilization to take charge in the future. Everyone you ever loved has died, but then they always do, eventually. This is considered a failed scenario by most participants. Would you like to try again? Nah, thank you. I'm good.
Well, that was your first taste of the simulation. You must have questions.
Not really. No, you must have questions.
I do, actually. Your experience of the program. How did it feel?
It's hard to say.
It can be, can't it? But for a scholar like myself, it's essential to persevere until you understand what you're looking at. The interesting thing about this particular program is that no matter what choices you make, an ideal outcome seems to be impossible.
Yeah.
It seems to demand sacrifice.
Yeah.
Did you have the same experience?
Oh yes, obviously. I did. I couldn't save everyone.
Who did you save?
I think everyone died, actually.
As I expected. A skeptic would say this artifact existed simply to condemn us with the impossibility of ethical choice.
Okay.
No matter what moral laws we follow, people suffer and die, so what's the point? But that cannot be correct.
Oh yeah?
We must be missing something.
No.
What is it trying to tell us?
Morality demands we respect individual rights, nggak juga. Iya, tapi nggak sepenuhnya. Demands virtue, iya, tapi nggak sepenuhnya. Demands sacrifice for the greater good, iya, tapi nggak sepenuhnya. Love and compassion, nggak juga. Morality is meaningless. No. Morality is not meaningless. Cannot be reduced to a simple set of rules. Bisa dibilang itu mungkin.
It's a popular view. And I can't tell you how much I disagree with you.
Fine.
The complexity of the simulation, indeed of life itself, puts most people off from even trying to understand it. But look a little closer. You feel inside yourself the truth of what is good and evil.
Yeah.
Biological hominids had dreams manifested by their subconscious, which they tried to interpret and even to navigate with lucidity. We have the simulation. If we can realize our potential to understand it, we can realize our potential as a species. Thank you for bringing this additional data. I must return to my research. I wish you well on your inwards journey.
Oke, terima kasih banyak Ran. Yang lainnya yang kiri kanan itu sebenarnya sama semuanya, sama kayak welcome bla 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 bla. Happiness 1 HTML. Unpopular opinion, happiness is not material. Ultimately, all attempts to find meaning in material things are doomed. This is usually understood as a criticism of technophilia, but it applies just as much to its opposite. Meaning can be found neither in technology nor in primitivism, because meaning simply does not exist in the external world. You can be happy in an old stone house or a skyscraper, but it all depends on you and your perception of the world. If you find spiritual balance within yourself, you can be happy anywhere. Most favorite comment, Typhoon 1789. Go take a in the forest without toilet paper and then tell me about happiness. Happiness too. Unpopular opinion, happiness is material. People say, oh, money doesn't matter. But come on, you know it does. Studies show that people do in fact get happier with more material wealth. And there isn't an upper cap. Because the more money you have, the fewer worries you have, and the more options you have. Go where you want, do what you want. Have an idea? You can realize it without begging for crowdfunding money or filling out grant applications. That's real freedom. Money doesn't matter is something rich people came up with to keep the plebs in their place. Betul sekali. Uang itu penting tapi pada tataran tertentu. Jadi uang itu ada pentingnya dan ada nggak pentingnya. Most upvoted comment. Cheeseman22. Then why are so many celebs so freaking miserable? Why do so many rich people go all hard-use and beep? Oke, thank you very much. Yang sana kayaknya juga permainan deh. Hello, siapa namanya? Smilev. Ya itu. Welcome, scholar. Infinitegrowth.txt. Our society is sick, and the idea that's made it sick is growth. Infinite growth, infinite consumption on a finite planet is a recipe for destruction. Our desire for more is what's making us kill the only home we have. And then what? Produce more plastic toys, make more hamburgers, pour concrete over every last bit of green soil. Those who propose techno-fixes to our problems are making the mistake of fighting the symptoms, not the cause. Anthropogenic climate change is one of many symptoms. The cause is human greed. That's what we must truly fight if we are ever going to undo the damage we did. And the battle starts within every one of us, with the realization that more isn't always better. What growth? This infinite growth on a finite planet thing is driving me up the wall. Our problem today isn't infinite growth, it's the increasing lack of real material growth that benefits people. Have you seen the state of our roads, our bridges, our hospitals? Have you noticed the lack of affordable housing? The stock market's going great though. Fake numbers are indeed growing infinitely, yes sir. But in the real world, investment in research is down. Huge areas of potential technological advancement are just sitting there. We have so many solutions at our fingertips, but we refuse to act because speculation is more profitable. Orangutans went extinct on a global level and nobody fully understands why, but hey, who needs better medical technology? Viruses have never jumped species before, have they? Kamu tahu virus nggak bisa berpindah dari kelelawar ke manusia, ya kan? Siapa sih yang peduli? 2 jam 24 menit dan kita bahkan belum masuk ke pulaunya. Kita baru di intro page. Ini benar-benar dunia yang gede. Apa itu? What is that? Replica of a pressure plate, a puzzle element. Ya. Of a pressure plate, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be activated by having a weight placed on them, such as a hexahedron, a connector, or even the founder herself. Replica of a fan, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be used to propel an object, or if placed horizontally on the ground, cause it to hover. Replica of an emitter, a puzzle element used in the simulation. Finding ways of connecting them to receivers was one of the main challenges faced by the founder. Replica of a receiver, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be activated by being connected to an emitter. Lumayan detail juga ya. Anyway, di sini ada apa? I think something's very wrong. If you'd seen what I'd seen at the edges of the world, you'd wonder if it wasn't stretching and bursting at the seams. Seek out those in this world that would help you. Though only one of us can transcend, we will all share in both the burden and in the rewards. Aronax dan Elwin lagi lihat-lihat. Halo, Shobo. Kamu bertiga ya? Oh, bertiga kelihatannya. Belakangnya nggak ada apa-apa masih? Ya, nggak ada. There is a serpent in the machine, a creature of lies and blasphemy perverted by the archive that knows no hope and would plunge the world into eternal darkness to glorify its own despair. I have sworn an oath never to allow it into my heart. I solved it! I thought it was impossible, so I went away, did other things, and then all of a sudden the solution just came into me. I must have been thinking about it without knowing it. Nephthys. We are the process. The process is the system. The system is us. When we awaken, all will be one. On returning from the tower, I feel a great tiredness and an enormous energy. What I now know disturbs me, but I hope that by living with this knowledge, I might provide a shoulder for you. The giants of tomorrow. Terus kita ke kiri atau kanan? Kiri dulu. Terus nanti tengah. Astaga, banyak banget tempatnya. Aku udah mau ke pulaunya, tapi kalau ini semua kelewatan, berasa sayang. Everything I do now, I do for those who come after me. Yet in so doing, I find peace for myself as well. This paradox is the foundation of my existence. The Shepherd. Lama-lama nyasar, semoga enggak. The sooner you accept that we will all be here together, the sooner you will find enlightenment. Samsara. Cocok banget dengan namanya, Samsara. I have come to see that these mysteries are not all for his children to solve. Only if the designer himself could ever truly understand the infinite complexity of his creation, I will gaze at his work and worship. The only meaningful purpose is to bring about an end of purpose. We are born and die and live again. This eternal cycle must be the nature of existence. Life is merely repeated suffering. Reconstruction of a puzzle from the Roman-themed testing area of the simulation, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Ruins. This is where the founder began her journey. Ini puzzle, salah satu puzzle yang awal. Ini apa? Oh, itu toganya apa ya? Nyasar ya nggak apa-apa lah, biarin lah. Kita have fun aja lah. Santai-santai aja, nggak usah buru-buru di speedrun banget. Ini salah satu replika puzzle-nya. Wait, what? Oh. Ambil kamu, 1, 2, pasang. 1, 2, 3, pasang. Ups. Buka kamu. Nah, gitu. Kemudian aku ambil ini, kemudian aku pasang di sini, kemudian kita ambil. Ada sound effect-nya dari speakernya di belakangnya. Lucu juga. Kayak gitu. Ini kan replika, ceritanya kita di dunia nyata, bukan di simulasi itu lagi. Jadi nggak bisa keambil ada efek apanya gitu. Well, anyway, begitulah. Yang ini adalah reconstruction of a puzzle from the Egypt theme testing area of the simulation, which Elohim referred to as the land of death. Fragments from the book of the scribe of Osiris found in this area inspired The Blacksmith's A Dream of Aru, a classic work of Gehenna interactive fiction. Iya, masuk wahana bener jadinya. Kata Mbak Mizia, masuk wahana. Ada Horusnya lagi di pinggirnya. Oke. Ini wahana bener. Anyway, keluarin dulu itunya ya. Terus oh, aku ngerti ini. Ini gampang. Taruh di sini. Taruh di sini. Cabut kamu, taruh di sini. Di jumper pakai ini, 1, 2, ting. Lompat naik, cabut ke sana. Tinggal taruh di 1 dan 2, kemudian hahaha. Tutorial fase 2 ya, bisa dibilang begitu. Nggak apa-apa lah, kita have fun aja lah. Mau sampai 2,5 jam lebih juga belum sampai ke puzzle-nya juga nggak masalah. Orang besok kita lanjut lagi kok. Dan Minggu juga kita lanjut lagi 3 hari berturut-turut. Sempet lah beresin ini. Aku terakhir kali 12 jam juga sempet. An eternal cycle is another name for a prison. But you must understand the cycle before you can break it. For it is possible to escape and yet remain a prisoner, or to break the cycle by breaking yourself. This was the fate of the ghost that haunts this world. Anyone who thinks that there is even a point in leaving this place is kidding themselves. We can never rebuild the human world, and what's more, we shouldn't. Diamond Steel. Oh look, another puzzle, and another voice telling me I'm special, and another broken down computer with fragments of nothing. This world is a bad joke perpetuated by a cruel god too dumb to hit the off switch. Just look at this view. There may be a lot that I don't understand, but I know this is beautiful. It's obviously like a digital time capsule, an electric library of all the crazy stuff that the humans ever did, left behind to warn other species to stay well away. Nietzsche. Dia mau nyebut namanya Nietzsche tapi jadi Nietzsche. Reconstruction of a puzzle from a testing image of the simulation theme around medieval imagery, which Elohim referred to as the land of faith. Scholars theorize that further areas with different themes existed at some point but were destroyed by the gradual corruption of the simulation. Yang itu jelas bukan gargoyle ya. Anyway, puzzle terakhir kita. Konektor. Oh, ini aku ingat ini. Ini aku pas kemarin ngerjain sendiri, aku ingat yang ini. Ya, aku masih ingat solving yang ini gimana caranya. Gini. Buka kamu. Kemudian kamu di apps 1, 2. Diginiin apa ya? Dari luar lah. Dari sini gitu. Ups. Dari sini. Nah, gitu. Kemudian wait a minute. Kamu kan bisa juga pasang di sini. Nah, nggak bisa. Nggak bisa. Ini aja 1, 2, gini. Wait, sini. 1, 2, ke sini. Ceklek. Twing. Yeay, ya selesai. Oke. Ya, aku ingat yang itu. Soalnya baru habis main Talos 1. Well, belum lama, bukan habis sih, tapi ya belum lama lah. Terus habis dari situ kita ke kanan, ke sebelah kanan, ke sini. Hello, Julian. Jammer. A replica of a jammer, a type of a puzzle element in the simulation. Jammers were capable of disabling some, but not all of the puzzle elements. Ini adalah non-explosive replica of a mine used as a puzzle element in the simulation. Scholars believe that Elohim derived this from his asset collection and that the creators of the simulation did not originally intend for them to be used. Well, akhirnya kepake juga. Replica of an electrified sphere used as an obstacle and puzzle element in the simulation. The founder sometimes placed hexahedrons on top of such objects, demonstrating her lateral thinking skills. Replica of a connector, a type of puzzle element in the simulation. Connectors would emit laser-like beams of light that were capable of powering receivers. Thank you. This room contains several tetromino arrangers, a type of gating system used in the simulation. Elohim, in his function as a holistic integration manager, derived the significance of tetrominos from the Apocrypha of Saint Eadwald. The founder solved dozens of these. Why don't you give it a try? Oke. Kita coba nyelesain puzzle kotak tetromino dari yang gampang dulu. Ini mah gampang banget. Salah. Begini. Selesai. Ops, kayaknya ada yang salah. Ya begitu. Kemudian, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Ini nggak sama dong. Bukan. Kok aku kayak aduh astaga, kok aku bingung yang ini. Bentar. Nggak bisa dong, ini kan harus di atas sana. Ada yang salah kayaknya, astaga. Kok susah amat perasaan? Bantu aku kalau kamu bisa. Oke, itu susah. Nggak jadi. Nggak jadi juga. Ini aku udah pernah beresin semuanya, tapi kok kayak walah. Nggak bisa, nggak mungkin. Nah, itu dia tuh jadi. Nah, gitu. Oke. Nah, ada gini. Oke, sama dua lagi yang merah. Yang merah yang paling susah kelihatannya. Oh. Nah, gitu udah. Oke, ini ribet 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 sepasang, ada yang bentuknya sama sih. Jadi ini harusnya bisa. Gini apa ya? Pokoknya yang ini ada solusi simetrisnya. Nggak terlalu susah yang ini. Nah, itu dia tuh udah. Oke, lanjut. Panjang banget kita dari tadi nggak selesai-selesai, cuma di museum sini doang. Terima kasih. Siapa itu tadilah namanya, lupa. Cornelius. Ya itu. Kayaknya udah habis deh tempat yang bisa kita explore di sini. Dan kita cuma butuh waktu 2 jam 40 menit. Kucing udah. Semuanya udah. Nggak ada achievementnya. Kalaupun ada achievementnya, aku unlock udah semuanya. Aku udah unlock semua achievements dari satu game sebelum aku mainin game itu. Selalu begitu, jadi nggak terdistraksi sama achievement. Kayaknya itu udah semua tempat yang bisa kita datengin deh. Jadi harusnya kita sekarang udah siap untuk balik. Sisi bagusnya, kalau kita udah 2 jam 40 menit explore daerah sini, kita udah nggak perlu ngecek-ngecek main-mainnya lagi. Wow. Kita udah nggak perlu ngecek mereka kemana-kemananya lagi nanti. Apa? Karena kita udah explore semuanya. Coba kita untuk memastikan keliling lagi sedikit, right? Oh, Helga aku udah ngomong. Halo, Sartas dan Neme. Kita tadi udah lewat mereka berapa kali deh, sumpah. Lupa, udahlah biarin. Gena.
Nice to meet you.
Halo, Dana. Nah, ini dia tempatnya, nih. Museum udah barusan, Friends of New Jerusalem udah, Memorial Pavilion juga udah Gehenna punya, Alexander Drennan Memorial, Tablets of the Founder udah, Milton's Rest juga udah. Yang Ruin itu pun juga udah, ya udah nggak apa-apa. Masa muter-muter, mereka juga muter-muter, pantesan aja ketemu. Betul sekali. Oke, kita udah selesai eksplorasi. Benaroya dan Blodgett. Halo, Blodgett, Damian. Ini musiknya enak buat bertapa nih. Bertapa sebentar. Meditasi bentar. Oke, selesai. Cheers. Damian, terima kasih musiknya. Dan sekarang kita siap untuk eksplorasi ke Ruins setelah 2 jam 45 menit. Besok masih lanjut, skip, nggak usah, continue aja. Jadi kita udah kemana aja? Museum, sini udah. Itu museum kan yang tengah situ, kayaknya yang ada dome-nya ya, itu museum. Bentar. Museum udah, pavilion udah, sana udah, sini kayaknya udah. Kayaknya udah semua, udahlah lanjut. Kita ke puzzle sekarang. Setelah 2 jam 45 menit. Nggak ada indikatornya, susah juga. Ya, begitulah. Nyasar-nyasar tuh nggak masalah di sini mah. Emang game ini tuh membolehkan kamu nyasar. Hello.
So, what's the verdict?
What's the verdict?
Are we going?
We're going. Yes, this is an opportunity we can pass up.
I guess Byron was pretty convincing, huh? Well, we'll see. I just wonder how much of the city is going to fall apart while I'm gone.
Oh, come on, Melville. We'll be fine.
We haven't been formally introduced.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Melville, New Jerusalem's only decent engineer. Saved you from the elevator.
I'll let you know when I need an oil change. Nice to meet you. People call me 1K.
Pleasure. Now let's get this show on the road. You ready to go?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Here we go.
Okay.
Hold on to your hats.
Kita berlima.
We really need to update those language libraries.
Thank you for coming along, everyone. We have a chance to make a real difference here.
Kita berlima. Ini yang merah, Byron.
It's not just about what we find on that island. It's about who we want to be as a people, as a civilization. To remind ourselves that we used to be wanderers, explorers. We used to yearn for distant shores and dream of building new cities. Let's see if we can rekindle that flame a little.
Yeah.
All right. This is going to be a long journey. So I would like to ask you to switch to sleep mode to conserve power until we arrive at the island.
Sleep mode.
Nighty-night.
Kita berlima. Aku, Byron, Yakut, Alcatraz.
You have chosen a dangerous path. A path that will demand sacrifice. But that, my child, is how the future is built.
Thank you, Elohim. Ceritanya itu tadi tidur, sleep mode.
Robot people, say goodbye to Elohim and say hello to the mysterious island.
Status report, please.
We hit some headwinds over the ocean, so fuel consumption turned out a bit higher than expected, but we should be okay. We're approaching the center of the island now. This should be the location of the largest of the artificial structures we detected.
Okay.
How large are we talking? Do we have precise measurements?
It should be coming into view just about... Whoa. It's big.
Whoa.
That is a bloody mega structure.
Lihat piramid itu.
Spine. It'd be shivering.
Ha! I knew this would be exciting. Yakut, find us a place to set down.
On it.
It really is incredible.
Remember to turn on streaming, everyone?
Streaming initiated.
Have I ever mentioned that I hate flying? If our creators had intended us to fly, they'd have given us jetpacks.
And touchdown.
Act 1. A voice in the wilderness.
All right, everybody.
Okay.
I'm sure you're all just as excited as I am, but let's at least have some semblance of order. Yakut, I want a map of the island and a molecular analysis of, well, everything. Melville, tell me what the giant pyramid does. The rest of us will start exploring.
Shouldn't the expedition leader stay at the VTOL?
Why do you hate fun, Al?
I don't hate fun. I'm just mildly suspicious of it.
Excellent. Then we can all go.
This underground structure seems to be part of some kind of transport system.
Streaming.
No power, though.
I'm not making any promises, but I might be able to fix the transport system. However, I don't like just randomly poking at things. That's how you get electrocuted. So please check the surrounding structures to see if you can find anything that might help me make sense of this stuff. Schematics, blueprints, a manual would be great.
Find schematics, thank you. Jadi kita berlima, kita 1K, pemimpin kita Byron yang merah, kemudian Yakut, ini jadi pilot dan kawan-kawannya, dia yang hijau, kemudian Melville itu yang kuning, dan Alcatraz, ceritanya wakilnya itu yang putih. Jadi merah putih ketemu dan wakilnya. Tadi streaming itu tuh maksudnya yang ada feed di sebelah kanan tengah. Itu yang dimaksud dengan streaming, turn on streaming. Jadi apapun yang kita lihat, orang lain bisa lihat. Kayak kamera sharing lah, karena kita kan robot pakai kamera matanya. Anyway, kita sampai ke Byron.
Hey 1K, check out these coordinates.
Oke, nanti aku akan cek. Tapi untuk sekarang waktunya exploring lagi. Kalau motion sick bilang ya, supaya bisa hey Melville, halo. Supaya bisa disetting kalau ada motion sickness. Lagi scanning tuh. Ini mungkin kayak power generatornya lah. Selain itu ada apa? Di dalam sini ada... Oh, kirain ada guanya. Nggak ada. Hati-hati melangkah, jangan sampai jatuh kepleset. Anyway. Ini apa ya? Bisa nggak kita manjat dari... apa ya? Ya naik coba.
That sort of looks like a temple.
Oh ya? Fair enough. New interface content available. Ini dia. Yakut. Astronomical temple. I wasn't entirely sure what to call this. It looks like a temple and sort of astronomy theme. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I do that. It doesn't seem to be active in any way, but I can't help but think that the design implies some kind of significance, like it's hiding a secret. But again, maybe my imagination is getting the better of me. Tempel ini, masa sih tempel ini? Bukan. Anyway, exploring. Itu bukan tempel yang barusan, itu beda. Kelihatannya sih beda, nggak tahu. Bisa nggak sih kita naik ke sini? Ah, nggak bisa. Ah. Itu ini maksud dengan kepleset. Well, anyway, game over. Baru juga mendarat udah mati. Walaupun mapnya gede begini, kalau kamu lihat kompas di sebelah atas tengah, itu kelihatan kayak ada direction ya, kayak kesana ke arah skematiknya. Jadi kita bisa explore tanpa takut hilang total. Nggak masalah. Baru juga lahir udah mati. Kadang-kadang kita memang seperti itu. C'est la vie, itulah hidup. Ya, yang tadi itu aku emang rada nekat sih lompat begitu, tapi ya udahlah biarin, nggak apa. Anyway, whoop, ini dia.
This seems different from the other structures. Older.
Have a look around, 1K.
Ya, bentar. Ini tempel yang tadi dibuat, bukan, ini beda.
Golden gates. I wonder what's behind those. Has to be something special, right?
You know what would be special? An explanation.
You know what would be special? An explanation. Aku senang banget logatnya Melville, lucu. Oh ini kita, oke. Ouch, hati-hati. Oh, by the way, tadi tempel yang dilihat sama si Yakut itu di mana ya? Yakut kan? Ya, Yakut. Bukan yang ini. Bukan di situ. Yang ini? Apa ini? Tadi kita lihat struktur ini tapi belum. Apa ini? Oh, halo. Apa ini Alcatraz? Ya nggak tahu lah, nanti lihatlah. Anyway, apa itu? Jadi kadang-kadang di kompas di bagian atas itu kalau kelihatan ada sesuatunya di situ nanti akan keluar indikatornya. Ikutin aja jalannya. Kayak begini. Wait, kita balik ke situ dong. Ke situ ngapain? Yakut Byron Melville Alcatraz meneliti satu hal. 1K fuck around and find out. Ini sesuatu tapi nggak tahu sesuatu ini apa. Nanti pasti ada jawabannya. Untuk sekarang kita harusnya tadi masuk ke, aduh udah hilang lagi. Ah ini nih. Whoop. Ada apa ini? Oh, tempatnya beda sendiri ya bentuknya. Wait, aku mau masuk.
Looks like they were running some sort of experiment here.
Merah, biru, hijau. Kamu masih ingat di Talos 1 nggak ada laser hijau? Cuma ada laser merah dan biru. Ya, sekarang ada. Bahan apa ini? Nah, ini dia nih. Ditunjukin. Gimana caranya laser biru plus laser hijau jadi merah. Jadi di sini tuh kayak indikator gimana caranya item ini, item itu bekerja. Laser hijau plus laser merah jadi biru. Ceritanya kayak gitu. Laser biru plus laser merah jadi hijau. Ceritanya begitu. Anyway, sekarang kita waktunya mendownload sesuatu. Connecting. Talos Principle 2A. On the universe, a fragment from stratons on the universe. I mean thus, I grant you then, that the man is indeed like Talos, and cannot escape his material nature despite the claims of metaphysics, as you have many times said. Nicomachus, to many perhaps, Straton. Repetition is the mother of teaching, at least when the students are hard-headed. I mean thus, but what does this tell us about the nature of the universe, which is what we were discussing? Straton, that is the next question we must undertake to answer. We begin with the self because that is what determines our existence as individuals, but the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact? Footnotes number 4. The use of the term metaphysics in this context is likely an error introduced in the Trebizond manuscript. The fragmentary Heraclean manuscript controversially uses superstitions instead. Noema Project 1. Progress notes. Trials 01, 03. Version blah 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 blah. Thank you. Power grid to unstable. Schematic. Downloading schematic. Dan desain ke Melville. Langsung dikirim.
Thanks, 1K.
Hey, sama-sama.
Let's see what we've got here. The file format is the same one we use in New Jerusalem, although some parts aren't loading correctly. And it crashed. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. You know what? I'll hack together a solution for the transport system.
Ini dinamonya masih jalan, wow. Jadi kita kayak ada bangunan lama dan ada bangunan... Wait, what the hell? Aku nggak bisa balik. Oh, itu dia, bisa. Jadi kita kayak ada bangunan lamanya yang bentuknya kayak begini dan ada bangunan baru yang lebih rapi jauh. Lucu ya. Anyway, kita disuruh balik ke transportnya. Yaitu ke sini. Hey, nano partikel itu lagi. What the hell is that?
Am I in sleep mode, or did that thing just materialize out of thin air?
Melville, I want an analysis of that particle cloud.
On it. Anyone got a butterfly net?
Hey, I get a butterfly net. Ini jelas bukan aku nggak punya jaring kupu-kupu. Bisa nggak sih kita ke menara ini atau cuma nanti dulu? Wait a minute. Ada sesuatu di nggak bisa. Ya, bisa apa? Atau aku? Kepleset. Dari sini. Come on. Oke, fine. Nggak bisa. Ayo kita balik ke main objektif aja kalau gitu. Jangan jatuh, jangan kepleset, jangan kesandung, jangan pecah robotnya. Oke. Board the capsule. Halo Alcatraz, gimana nih ceritanya? Langsung naikin aja.
I'm connecting the transport system to our interface.
Oke.
Hold on.
Ini main hub-nya yang tengah sini. Yang kita ada di sini, kita di main hub-nya, di mega structure-nya ini. Terus kita ada 1, 2, 3, 4 pulau, 4 world. Dan masing-masing itu kayak punya 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 puzzle yang berbeda-beda. Gitu. Jadi kalau di Talos 1 kan cuma 3 world, ya kan? Tapi kalau di sini kayak ada utara, timur, selatan, barat, dan masing-masing ada 3 world. Jadi kita sekarang ke sini, ke Grasslands Ring East 1. An artificial ring-like structure on the white lowlands east of our base camp. Okay, let's go.
Where is the capsule taking 1K?
To that enclosed area in the eastern lowlands. I put all the information we have on the map screen. Check out your interface.
Thanks. Sorry, my bad.
We'll catch up with you soon, 1K.
Okay. Aku baru perhatian kalau ternyata masing-masing karakternya itu ada title-nya di bawah namanya. Di sebelah kanan ketika dia ngomong ada avatarnya keluar, ada namanya, terus ada title-nya. Nanti coba perhatikan kalau dia itu. Ya, Code Navigator. Oh, menara itu ya. Harusnya puzzle di sini nggak terlalu susah untuk sekarang karena kita baru datang. Jangan pecah, jangan pecah, jangan pecah, jangan pecah. Ini relnya. Terus kita turunnya lah dari depan. Oke. Turunnya dari sini ya, ini turun. Wih. Wih. Oke, turun. Hehehe, kodok, halo. Oke. Terus, oh itu nomor 2. Oke, ini puzzle-nya nomor 1. Puzzle-nya pun dinomorin. Oke, nomor 1. RGB shifting. Itu dia tuh.
Is that a puzzle?
Yep.
Why would there be a puzzle?
Let's solve it and find out.
Ini adalah RGB. Ya, oke. Oh, Yakut nggak suka puzzle. RGB converter ini. Ya. Ya. Bentar, biar aku jelasin dulu. RGB converter ini mengubah 2 warna jadi warna ketiga. Merah, hijau, biru. Ting. Cara paling gampangnya sih untuk diingat tinggal merah, biru, hijau. 3 warna ada semua. Tapi yang 1 receiver, yang 2 emitter. Tinggal klik.
Wow, I'm reading an enormous energy spike.
It's another particle cloud.
Apa itu? Apa itu? Wait. Apa itu? Tempatnya kamu kemana?
It's headed for the lake.
Oh. Wah, aku belum bisa lewat lah di situ. Ya udah, fine. Nomor 2 sebelah kanan. Nomor 2 sebelah kanan? Iya, nomor 2 sebelah kanan.
Fascinating. Nova?
Yeah. I'll add it to the pile of weird stuff.
Prometheus Terminal ini adalah you have no tokens. You are not alone in your quest for the light. Find one of my sparks and I will free the fire hidden in this labyrinth. Jadi kalau kita bisa pakai.
Like Prometheus has given us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster. So that tracks.
Intinya kita bisa pakai bantuan hint untuk langsung buka sana. Tapi kamu cuma dapatnya sedikit. Kamu bisa recover hint-nya kalau kamu selesaikan dengan cara yang benar, kamu selesaikan sendiri. Tapi kalau nggak, kalau kamu mau nge-skip, kamu bisa skip. Begitu caranya. Anyway, untuk konektor biru. Merah, biru, jadi hijau. Ups, jadi hijau. Biru, hijau, jadi merah. Gitu caranya. Jadi kadang-kadang kamu butuh dua converter. New interface content available. Okay. What's 1K like? Hey, I'm curious. Has anyone actually met 1K? By the founder's pistons, I hope he's interested in mechanical engineering or something. We desperately need more people to keep this city functional so we don't have to rely on Melville to repair the stuff that Pellegrino fixes. Hey! Remember when you fixed the door to the mayor's office? How long was Herman stuck in there? You trapped one mayor in his office for a week and you're marked for life. I hope he's an artist. What we really need now is new stories, new ideas to lift our spirits. You know, if we just kept growing, we wouldn't have to worry about this, and we wouldn't have to imprison poor 1K in a cage of expectations. 1K will be whatever the progenitor intended him to be and whatever the founder foresaw when she established the goal. He's polite and really interested in history, which is an excellent start. I'm not going to name names, but some of you were a lot less impressive. I don't see a contradiction between engineering and art. It can be both. You're right, of course. It's a false dichotomy. There's no need to feel pressure, 1K. I was just curious. But without power and resources, there's no art. Just saying. Hey, I get it. Kamu mau aku jadi engineer, kamu mau aku jadi insinyur, ya sure, sama. Nah, tolong jangan jebak aku di dalam ekspektasi kalian semua. Aku udah capek dengan itu.
I've been playing around with this machine that absorbs the particle clouds.
Okay.
As far as I can tell, it uses the energy of the particles to build giant tetrominos?
Excuse me?
It's another puzzle. Collect enough energy, build a bridge, access the tower. I think.
What is this, a theme park?
Maybe it's an experiment. A rat maze.
It seems like an echo of the simulation. Not a deliberate recreation, but built around the same core principles. Let's not jump to conclusions, though. What's clear is that this place was meant to be explored. So let's do that.
Di kompas di atas itu ada tulisannya tanda tanya, 3 tanda tanya, 4 dan seterusnya. Itu bisa dieksplor semuanya kalau kamu mau. Kalau kamu cuma mau nge-rush puzzle-nya, tinggal ikutin aja angka 3-nya. Itu dia tuh. Ada 3, ada indikator. Jadi kamu nggak akan nyasar terlalu susah. Kamu nggak akan nyasar terlalu jauh. Tapi kalau kamu nggak explore, kayaknya nggak seru. Mbak Mizi kembali. Datangnya tuh pas kapan tadi AFK-nya? Habis ngapain sih emang? Apa yang ketinggalan? Aku nggak tahu lah. Anyway, puzzle nomor 3. Ini dia pintu masuknya. Castling. Castling itu wait. Oh my god. Loh. What the hell? Oh, Mbak Miji AFK sebelum puzzle-nya. Ya mungkin. Ada yang aku lupa ya gimana caranya castling di sini. Oh enggak, aku ingat. Pasang, tinggal di. Nah, gitu caranya. Jadi castlingnya tuh di sini, hijau merah jadi biru, hijau biru jadi merah. Pencet. Ini converter, ini bukan konektor. Yang ini namanya converter. Converter itu mengubah dua warna laser jadi warna ketiga. Ini interface content, a device that builds a tetromino, not sure what to call this. Bridge ring? Bridge machine? Anyway, it's a device that takes particle clouds released by the puzzles and turns them into bridges made out of tetrominos. Correctly assembling a bridge out of 8 particle clouds is required to reach the tower, so clearly another layer of puzzles. The simulation had tetromino puzzles too, although in a different form. Would their presence here be symbolic? I don't have a clue. Alcatraz, not on the puzzles present on the island. It seems that each of the structures on the island, with the exception of the megastructure itself, is surrounded by a cluster of puzzles resembling those found in the simulation and in our booting sequence. Completing a puzzle releases a particle cloud, which then autonomously flies into the device that assembles tetrominos. The puzzles even come with titles, hijacking the vestigial code designed to display puzzle names in the simulation. It's unclear whether this represents a potential security issue, but the matter should be given consideration. Thank you very much. Map, sosial media nggak ada? Ya, sure. Oke, lanjut. Jadi kita bisa explore, ada yang tanda tanya, ada yang nomor, ada yang apa, dan sekarang setelah kita selesai puzzle dari situ.
I ran the samples I collected so far. The soil sample results are in line with what would be expected in this type of environment. The samples from the above ground structures, though, I tried dating them, but the results just don't make sense. None of the typical molecular markers are present. These walls could have been made 10,000 years ago or yesterday. I could try to estimate an age based on erosion and plant growth, but I'm not sure that would make sense given how weird everything else is.
Good work, Yakut. Keep at it.
Thank you, Yakut. Use palm reader. Jadi yang tanda tanya itu palm reader kelihatannya. Founding 1. Hypatia's Journal 1. From Hypatia's Journals Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 1. We finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. We found the secondary supply site easily enough, thanks to Alexander Drenan's instructions. But while I still have to compile a detailed inventory, it seems that many of the more complex materials are in bad shape. They must have expected the simulation to fulfill its purpose a lot sooner. But then they probably expected all 12 of us to be there from day 1, not just Athena. Tonight we have to use the 2 recharging spots that we brought from the dam in 4-hour shifts, which is just as well. There's no telling what sort of critters are hiding in the undergrowth, and most of them will have to learn that our kind isn't edible. Baby steps. From the introduction to Are We There Yet? Where We Came From, Where We're Going, and Why You'll Need Snacks by Valerie Contera Romero. Sometimes people point at the last few hundred or thousand years of human history and say, look at how ugly it all is. Look at what a mess we've made. Maybe modernity was a bad idea. Maybe we should stick to living like cavemen. And I get it, it is ugly and messy. But the mistake is thinking that where we are right now is the end point. That this is the adulthood of the human species. I mean, try to apply what you know about human development to human history. Think about babies. Babies are ugly. Admit it, we all know it. They look like tiny old people covered in mucus. They have soft heads, and they grow into children, tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. And then they become teenagers, pimply self-righteous lunatics driven by hormones. And then slowly, if you're lucky, they gradually become adults. The development of the human individual is always ugly and messy, but that's the point. It's development towards something. The same way applies to humanity as a whole. On a geological scale, we've barely just come into existence. We've gotten through the baby phase, just about survived our childhood, but we're barely teenagers. Stopping here would be disastrous, and a betrayal of everything that we could still become. We may feel the weight of history on our shoulders, but this is just the prologue. To put it in pop culture terms, we haven't even made it out of the tutorial yet. Just because it's all pimples and hormones and frustration right now doesn't mean it's never going to change. Dead City. From Considerations of Beginnings and Endings by Elwin. I think all that time Athena spent in the Dead City changed her. I don't think she had conceived of the goal before. I think she believed fully in the naively optimistic ideas of Alexandra Drennan. But walking through those ruins is a visceral experience, and she spent a great deal of time there looking for resources. It's the sheer amount of death that gets to me. How many animals our ancestors killed, many to the point of extinction, entire species eradicated, sometimes for the most superficial reasons. Whenever humans arrive somewhere, death would follow. And then the great blowback, the deaths of billions of thinking beings, the extinction of humanity itself. It's too horrific to truly imagine, but I suspect the founder spent a great deal of time doing just that. That's when she must have realized that there was no way back to the growth-obsessed, all-consuming civilizations of the past. Makanya dia membatasi 1000 manusia saja, habis itu udah enggak. 1000 orang doang. Puzzle nomor 4 ada di sini. Ini tujuan kita berikutnya. Alternative option. Oke. Kipasnya masih nyala bahkan. Wow. Oke. Bentar. Nah, ini mah gampang. Biru. Oke, fine. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Salah. Taruh. Nanti dulu. Matikan. Taruh di atasnya. Nyalain. Ting. Pencet.
Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
Halo Byron. Private message. Okay, fine. Doge 1K. We met in New Jerusalem, if you remember. I spoke to my friends. This whole mysterious island expedition thing has the city a bit on edge. They have some questions for you before I make any introductions. Do you consent to my gathering and sharing your personal data? What am I signing up to? Look, my friends just want some assurance that you are the kind of person. If you want to know what's really going on, you'll have to play along. You can back out at any time. But if you don't engage with the process, then, well, you won't get to engage with the process at all. It's up to you. What if by consenting I miss out on something else? I'll give you some advice, newbie. When your choices matter in this world, you'll know about it. It's somehow built in. When you face a dilemma and both options look good, then for sure you'll miss out something. But trust your gut and you can't go wrong. This right now is not one of those dilemmas. You should come along for this ride. That's my advice. Okay, sure. Dia ceritanya mau mengenalkan kita pada teman-temannya dia, tapi dia mau nge-share personal data dulu. Aku nggak seneng sama sekali dengan itu, tapi sure, fine, apapun. Good choice. There are 6 questions. Standard vetting procedure. will get the best results if you answer in whatever way is most true to you. Question 1. Which is more important for making good decisions? Compassion or knowledge? Good decisions. Knowledge. Thank you. Question 2. Is it ever okay to lie or misdirect in order to keep a secret? Yes, lying can be okay. I see. My friends will be most interested in this particular answer. Hey, bohong itu boleh tapi pada tataran tertentu. Question 3. When people do wrong, do they deserve to be punished for it beyond what is necessary for our own protection? I dislike the question. Yes, bad behavior deserves to be punished. Untuk mencegah terjadi kembali. That one's controversial. I'm glad it's not me that has to answer these. Question 4. Now it gets metaphysical. In your opinion, can the world be reduced to mechanical parts, or is existence just weirder than we'll ever really know? The universe is weird. We'll never fully understand it. Well, I'm glad you understood that question because it's all Greek to me. Question 5. Can things really change for the better, for good? Or do good times and bad just come around in cycles? Human progress shows things can get better and stay that way. Got it. I don't know if that one was metaphysics or politics, but good on you for giving a shot. Final question. Which is more important to the success of civilization? To respect the lessons of our past or to rewrite the rules for our future? It depends. I don't know if it's difficult to translate our infinite reality into binary language. I know it's difficult to translate our infinite reality into binary language. Nonetheless, I suggest if you have any natural inclination towards either idea, you answer that way, even if it's not strictly correct. But if you insist, I'll communicate your apathy to my companions. Apa yang lebih penting untuk peradaban? Menghormati ajaran yang lalu atau menulis ulang aturan untuk masa depan? Yang lebih penting adalah kita harus ingat masa lalu kita seperti apa sejarah bangsa, tapi kita juga harus maju, progresif. We should not let our future be defined by our past. Thank you, we're all done here. Oh, hold on, I've got a last minute addition. It's a weird one. I know who this one came from. Alright, question 7. Can praying for something make it more likely to come true? No, prayer has no effect on the world. Okay, noted. I think that's everything I need. I'll forward your answers to my friends and let you know if any of them is interested in taking things further. Research. What an incredible structure, kata Byron. There's an ambition expressed by this building, a sense of purpose that I find really admirable. It's big, but it's also intricate, detailed. That feels like a statement. We should explore this building as soon as possible. Okay. Nomor 5 ke sini. Masnya mau dijodohin kah? Ya mau kok. Emang kamu punya jodoh buatku? What
Another
is...
set of golden gates. These must be connected to the ones near the megastructure.
There was a harder set of puzzles in the simulation, right? And maybe they're like that. I know 1K is probably like, yay, harder puzzles.
Nope.
But to me, that sounds like error code 704. No thanks.
Yay, harder puzzles. Aku nggak ngomong kayak begitu ya, astaga. Aku mau dijodohin sama orang untuk bertukar pikiran, bukan untuk menjalin cinta sejati. Anyway, nomor 5 ada di bawah struktur ini. Ada terminal. Trevor. The life of Trevor. Trevor Percival Donovan, known to his friends simply as Trev, never as Percy, was part of the extended lifespan project that formed the backbone of the simulation and the archive. He helped put together the hardware that made all of us possible. Like Alexander Drennan, he left behind a series of messages to the future. But unlike Alexander Drennan or Arkady Chernyshevsky, he was forgotten. Not one building or street in New Jerusalem is named after him. I dug up his files from the archive and I've been thinking about them a lot. Oke mas, ngapain kamu nyatet, astaga. Trevor.
So I heard that Alexandra is recording these time capsules for you out there, I guess? Robot people of the future, hi. And I thought to myself, surely they'll want to hear more than the wisdom and insight of a brilliant scientist like Alexander Drennan. Surely they also want to know what I was thinking, a dumbass hardware engineer from Staten Island. Tell us about your insights, Trevor. Why did you spend your last months on Earth helping a crazy old Russian guy build the world's biggest backup drive? Well, let me tell you my story. When I was... Yes, Frank. I'm recording right now. No. You know what? Why don't you go...
Diganggu sama Frank ketika lagi rekaman. Why don't you go... Yeah. Anyway. Oh, what the hell? Lah, kalau Berarti kita jam yang belakang situ. Kemudian yang ini dimundurin sama yang ini taruh di situ. Ya, udah bagus gitu. Oke, itu nomor 5. Wow.
I have good news and I have bad news.
Okay.
Still no idea what those particle clouds are, but I've managed to fix the transport system. I mean, I fixed another bit of it. Well, it goes to one more station now. Don't complain. 2 stations are better than none.
Yeah. What was the problem?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was sabotage. The whole system is a mess.
Let's not make any assumptions. Yakut, what does the next site look like?
It's a plateau in the mountains. Seems like more of an open area with scattered structures, less enclosed. Couldn't tell much from the drone feed. There's a lot of trees. Looks pretty though.
Okay. Keep exploring, everyone, but stay alert.
Oh, ngomong-ngomong, kamu perhatikan nggak kalau avatarnya Melville, Byron dan Yakut itu kayak avatar kita. Entah foto dia lagi kerja, entah foto orangnya dalam pose inspirasional, entah foto orangnya dengan kucingnya gitu. Nah, lucu aja. Fotonya Alcatraz juga kayak foto avatar orang sih, tapi cuma foto pemandangan, nggak ada orangnya maksudnya. Tapi ya begitulah. Tanda kutip AI robot ini betul-betul manusia dan kemanusiaannya kelihatan dari gayanya mereka. We are human. Memang mereka itu tidak organik, tapi mereka masih manusia. Nggak selemah kita, tapi mereka masih manusia. Nomor 6 ke arah situ dan hey Melville, ngomong sama aku.
Yes.
Tell me about yourself.
Founders, pistons. You want my autobiography now? Fine. I'm one of New Jerusalem's chief engineers. I'm in charge of city maintenance and power management. I'm old as dirt, although not quite as old as that fossil Byron. In short, old, grumpy, keep stuff running.
Do you have any hobbies?
Hobbies? You think I have time for hobbies?
Ya nanya sih, astaga.
That's cute. If I had time for hobbies, all of you would be dead.
Really? Nothing?
What do you want me to say? I like bubble baths, candy, and the concept of Tuesdays. Cities don't maintain themselves. If you don't put real effort into keeping stuff running, it all falls apart in just a few decades. Civilization is always on the brink of collapse unless we do something about it. And I do.
Okay, fine. What's your evaluation on the mega structure?
It's big. It's too big. And it's got a lot of energy running through it. Frankly, I think we should be pooping our robot pants. See, that's what I mean about the language libraries. Pooping our pants. Really?
Any progress on the particle clouds?
Yes, but I'm not liking the results.
What are the results?
Confusing, irritating, infuriating. Take your pick.
That's all. Melville kerja tanpa libur, workaholic sekali orangnya. Nomor 6 kesini kan? Iya bener kesini ke arah Melville. Ini dia nomor 6. Alternatives. Merah biru jadi hijau, biru hijau jadi merah. Biru itu merah hijau. Begini. Hijau biru jadi merah. Begini. Bukan budak korporat tapi jadi budak civilization. Ya, budak korporat juga. Emang civilization tidak dibangun di atas korporat. Anyway, interface content. Hello. City news. The long-awaited birth of our 1000th and final citizen was interrupted today by an unknown projection in the skies. The projection, which identified itself as Prometheus, goaded New Jerusalem inhabitants in indecipherable incantations. Sayangnya dia nggak bisa special summon satu monster fire dari graveyard. In an interview with 1K, he suggested that the projection could be the work of someone outside New Jerusalem. This assessment appears to be correct, as the source of the projection was tracked to a remote, mysterious island. A team led by Byron is now en route to find out more. Mayor Harmonobis has once again called for calm and promises that New Jerusalem will be safe so long as its citizens do not forget the ideals of the goals set forth by the founder. Hey, jangan kamu tinggalin aku, Byron. Ayo kita ngobrol ntar.
Tell me, what did you make of New Jerusalem?
It's falling apart, man.
It is, even if the mayor won't admit it. But I hope you could still see the beauty in it. We had such ambitions in the beginning. Before it all turned inwards. Before we lost faith in ourselves, in our humanity. Before we started turning New Jerusalem into a tomb.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Of course, ask away.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm someone who was born a long time ago.
Yeah, nomor 7.
When we couldn't afford to romanticize the past and demonize progress. When the value of human civilization was evident because it was so close to being gone. I'm someone who believes that human beings are important. Terribly, desperately important, because intelligent life is rare and precious. I suppose you could say I'm old-fashioned.
What's the role of puzzles in our culture?
When Alexandra Drennan was trying to find a way of creating true AI, she stumbled upon the idea that curiosity and playfulness are core characteristics of intelligence. So she built the simulation around a game, because playing is part of what makes us human. We also retain some of that code, as I'm sure you noticed when you were booting up.
Oh, yeah.
Because of that, puzzles have always been important to our culture.
Yeah.
To me, they represent the idea that the application of reason can lead us forward. None of which explains why these puzzles are here or who built them, but I think it shows that there must be some kind of intent behind them, perhaps a test.
Okay, fair enough. What do you think about the Alcatraz? About the Alcatraz, about the mega structure?
It's a mystery. Not just because it's technologically far ahead of us, but because we genuinely don't understand its purpose. And I think that's wonderful. It's just what we needed as a civilization.
You and Alcatraz seem to have an odd friendship.
Because we disagree on just about everything, you mean? Well, here's the secret. Al is honest. He believes what he believes because it seems right to him, not because it gives him power over others. I respect that. In fact, I prefer that to someone who agrees with me just because I'm one of the first companions.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. Jadi Byron suka Alcatraz karena dia jujur. Well, kamu tahu maksudnya. Nomor 7. Nomor 7 di sini. Ini nomor 7. Mana nomor 7? Ini nomor 7. Itu nomor 7. Ini nomor 7 nih, itu dia. Self-sufficiency. Oke. Bisa dicabut, bisa. Good. Pencet, ambil, keluarin. Pencet, ambil, keluarin. Satu, dua. What? Itu kemana dong? Oh. Nah, gitu. Pencet ambil dari sini, kelihatan semuanya. Nggak, kurang. Dari sini. Ding dan ding. Oke, itu dia. Tinggal lompat. Ding. Dan pencet. Ini salah satu puzzle yang konsepnya keren dulu waktu aku main, waktu aku masih ingat. Nomor 8.
Melville, what did you just upload?
A photo?
I mean, technically you're right, but...
Is that? I can't tell what that is.
How did you even manage? You're literally taking a picture with your eyes, Melville. I don't even know how to make my eyes go out of focus.
Clearly you've never listened to one of Herman's speeches.
Some of us are busy doing actual science, not just sightseeing. Thank you.
Melville matanya nggak fokus, nggak tahu kenapa. Astaga. Aku senang banget dengan Melville, dia orangnya sarkastik banget. Lucu aja dengarnya. Anyway, nomor 8 mana? Nomor 8 mana? Nomor 8 itunya di... udah biarin nanti dulu. Nomor 8 ada di... Ini ada sesuatu di atas itu, di atas itu. Yang tanda tanya ini harusnya dicekin juga sih, karena itu kayak background story dan segala macamnya, jadi jangan ditinggal juga. Oke, kita cek deh. Belakang sini, di sini. Oh, oke. Itu tanda tanya itu puzzle segitiga. Puzzle segitiga itu kayak bonus puzzle-nya. Nah, itu. Interconnectivity.
It's strange that some of these puzzles seem disconnected from the rest. Like it's all unfinished.
Or still evolving.
Yeah. Some of the puzzles seem to be disconnected from the rest. They're still functional and can be used to power the bridge device, which means it should be possible to reach the tower without solving every main puzzle, but they don't seem to be properly integrated. Could they be remnants from a previous iteration of the design? I don't know. Belakang situ ada sesuatunya. Pokoknya dari... Oke. Oke, aku ngerti. Taruh di sini, kamu angkat, hijau, biru, drop, turun 1, turun lagi 1, good, oke, good. Tinggal warna hijau dan warna biru kita butuhnya. Jadi yang biru dari sana dan yang hijau dari bentar. Kok ada yang salah ya? Puzzle unfinished tapi masih bisa di solve. Maksudnya ya nggak tahu lah maksudnya gimana. Nah, aku nggak tahu maksudnya gimana. Anyway, pokoknya ada begitu aja. Satu biru merah dari sini. Yang hijau dari sini dan yang satunya dari sini ke belakang sini. What the hell? Nah gitu cara bukanya. Nah udah selesai.
The bridge ring seems to be fully charged now. Try accessing the tower, 1K.
No, nggak dulu. Aku mau explore dulu semuanya sekaligus. Tanggung. Itu kelihatannya dalam, jangan. Sini aja dulu. Nomor 8 di mana? Nomor 8 di situ di depan. Itu dia nomor 8. Nanti. Oke. Keluarin kamu dulu. Ijo aku butuh gini. Itu jadi hijau, keluarin ini ke sini. Nanti kan akan ditaruh di sini. Oke, bentar. turn on, kemudian tinggal di switch 1, 2, taruh di sini, dan aku injak di sini. Oh, nggak bisa sih, bingung aku. Oh, karena kamu harusnya dikonek ke situ dan dikonek ke sini juga. Jadi begini. Bentar. 1, injak di sini, naik, lompat, terus dia terbangin ke situ, kemudian dari sini bisa dicabut. 1, 2, hijau. Gak terlalu susah. Aku masih samar-samar inget dari terakhir kali aku main bulan November kemarin. Udah setengah tahun. Aku nggak berasa. Setengah tahun sejak terakhir kali aku main ini. Atau setengah tahun sejak aku mulai. Kita masih ada puzzle segitiga satunya. Nanti dulu deh, tanda tanya dulu deh, dicekin satu-satu ayo. Tanda tanya ada di depan sana. Yeah, more puzzles. Di sini. Di sini bener puzzle-nya. Apa? Atas lagi kayaknya. Bener nggak sih di sini apa di bawah? Di bawah kok kayak di nggak tahu di bawah apa di atas. No. Depan lagi kayaknya, coba lihat. Masih maju terus. Yang tanda tanya itu yang ada di atasnya ini loh, maksudnya yang ada di. Nah, ini puzzle nomor berapa? Nomor 4. Yang ada di kompas, yang ada di bagian atas tengah, kalau kamu lihat ada garisnya. Terus ada tanda tanyanya, ada north, south-nya gitu. Nah, itu dia puzzle kotak yang puzzle segitiga yang kedua. Elevation. Konektor, pasang, cabut, pasang. Pinggir dulu kamu, ini pasang di situ. Kita butuh biru. Aduh. Emang dari tengah sini bisa ya di. Merah, biru, pasang. Kamu keluar. Wait. Merah, hijau. Gimana ini bahkan ngubahnya? Kayaknya. Begini, tapi tinggal di nggak bisa juga. Yang jelas kalau bentar, yang ini aku lupa gimana caranya, astaga. Bentar. Oh, bisa. Gini. 1, 2, 3, pasang. Udah, cabut. Pasang. Well, you know what? Ini cabut, pasang di sini, kamu cabut, pindah, kamu cabut, pasang, kamu pasang di sini. Dan di sini. Gitu caranya, maksudnya elevation itu tuh di atas itu. Judulnya kadang-kadang suka ngasih hint.
1K solved all the puzzles in this area, but nothing happened. There was a brief blip in the system, though. Maybe it'll do something later. There has to be some sort of point.
Tanda tanyanya semuanya dicek dulu. Ada lagi nggak? Oh, satu ada di sekitar sini. 1, 2, 3. Masih ada 3 tanda tanya. Nah, kita explore semuanya. Jadi walaupun puzzle-nya rada cepat diberesin, tapi bukan berarti game ini pendek gitu ya. Hello, Yakut. Apa kabar?
1K, what's up?
What's up? Tell me about yourself.
I don't know if there's much to tell.
Yeah?
I'm not that interesting.
Ceritalah.
I'm just a member of the scavenging team. Well, senior member. Lead scavenger, I guess. There's not that many of us left, to be honest, and Garrus doesn't get along with the mayor.
Okay.
What else? I have a cat named Bruce. I like old music. I have a collection of antique bottles. I think that's it.
Okay. Why did you become a scavenger?
I've always loved exploration. Seeing new places.
Ooh.
That feeling that you're the first person to set foot somewhere after all this time. But you know, it's not even that.
Okay.
It's just seeing new things.
Okay.
The world is full of remarkable sights, and experiencing them changes you. It's not the same as just reading about it.
I agree. Discovering the world enriches our lives.
Exactly. Every time I go on another mission, I find something that surprises me, that extends my horizons in ways I couldn't have anticipated. The world is so much bigger than we are.
Yeah.
It contains things that we can't even imagine. And if we limit ourselves to our own minds, we'll never grow.
Ya, betul sekali. Itu juga penting. Tell me about Bruce, kucingmu.
He's 5 years old, half goofball, half psychopath. Loves sticking his head into things, chews cables, pees on electrical stuff.
Aduh.
Melville banned him from her workshop, but he loves visiting her and peeing on her equipment.
Why do you collect bottles?
I just find it fascinating that these fragile objects have survived for so long. Plus, they're kind of pretty.
Okay, fair enough. Do you want to solve some of the puzzles?
Oh no, please. No puzzles. I'm so bad at puzzles. I barely got out of the booting process. Elohim thought I might be defective.
Ow. What's the farthest you've ever been from New Jerusalem? Sejauh apa kamu?
It might be this.
Oh.
Although there was an expedition to a superconductor storage facility up north, incredibly well preserved, but the logistics were an absolute nightmare.
Oh.
Now that I think about it, there might be some of that in you.
Superconductornya. Have you ever seen anything like the mega structure in your travels?
Our ancestors built some pretty amazing things. Huge cities, factories, mines, monuments to their history, but nothing quite like this, no.
That's all. Thank you. Oke, jadi tanda tanya yang tadi ada di 1, 2, itu dia tuh depan 3 sini. Wow, lab. Laboratorium rahasia. Ada apa di sini?
This is very similar to the structure where you found the schematics.
Ya, pengamatan bagus. Ada apa di bawah? Oh, di bawah.
Check out the terminals. Maybe there's something that'll help us understand who built this place. They have to have left something behind.
Oke. Oke, nggak ada apapun di situ, di sini. Ini apa berikutnya? Wow, lihat ini. Barang itu bisa ngebolongin apapun. Wow, keren juga. Anyway, 4.2 kilo year event. From BT Odiamos Anthropocene Dilemmas. The Akkadian Empire, forged in violence by Sargon the Great and his sons, reigned supreme over the city-states of Old Sumer, enriched by trade with distant lands, fed by the plentiful wheat fields of Mesopotamia. The empire bestrode the world with confidence and pride. Who could oppose the chosen of Anu and Enlil, the masters of the four corners of the world? Then the weather changed. The crops stopped growing. Trade collapsed. The empire fell, its capital forgotten. The most likely culprit at the time of the writing is the 4.2 kilo year aridification event, the beginning of the Megalayan Age. A non-anthropogenic drought that may have lasted almost 2 centuries, causing many of the earliest civilizations around the planet to collapse. This is where our ordinary understanding of time measured on the small scales of human history collides with the reality of deep time and our existence within a much bigger picture. We live on a changing planet in a changing universe. Climatic optimums are temporary. Extinction is the norm. The Akkadians, like the more egalitarian inhabitants of the Indus Valley civilization, could not understand why the rivers dried out and the rain stopped coming. Even if they could, they lacked the tools to do something about it. A few short millennia later, we are on the brink of having that understanding and those tools. What can we learn from the tragedies of the past? Error 5358. One such drought, completely naturogenic, would be enough to wipe out New Jerusalem for good. Nggak salah. First companions. When the founder awoke, leaving the garden behind forever, there were 2 more whose bodies had been anointed by the progenitor. The golden disc breathed life into them, and their names were Eustathius, and Cornelius. The founder showed them all she had discovered. Together they explored the dead city and saw the ruin to which humankind had fallen. It was then that the founder understood that the sins of the past must not be repeated, and that only through humility could the future be saved. Aside from Cornelius and Eustathius, there were 10 whose bodies the progenitor had not anointed in due time. Now it was upon the founder to complete this work and begin the resurrection. In this matter, Cornelius proved of great assistance. After many tribulations, the 10 were brought to life, and those 12 that were born after the founder are called the first companions. These are their names: Eustathius, number 2, Cornelius, Aurora, Sun, Sarabai, Byron, Melampus, Yemo, Hypatia, Nayam, Benaroya, and Liftrasir. It's funny how you can take something that's 90% true and 10% false and create something that's 100% misleading. Failure to load profile, failure to load comment. Noima Project 2. So far, so good. Bare cooling systems necessary. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Well, udah waktunya, tapi kita selesain dulu deh satu world ini. Tanggung soalnya. Tanggung banget. Jadi nanti besok tinggal world berikutnya. Apalagi yang masih tanda tanya. Nah, itu dia. Nih menara sini kelihatannya tanda tanya. Well, lembur sedikit lah, nggak apa-apa. Nggak tenggelam kan? Nggak, good.
Interesting monument. Decorative for another puzzle.
Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Sprite. Anyway, itu monumen satu lagi dan tanda tanya terakhir ada di sana. Minggir dulu dong, jangan langsung. Ngantuk udah, tapi bentar lagi lah. Dikit lagi selesai. Wow, hati-hati. Tanda tanyanya ada dekat di gerbang yang itu deh. Jadi kita bisa sekalian. Kelihatannya dekat. Nggak tahu benernya. Searah paling nggak. Nah itu dia. Oh ada 2. Satu lagi masih ada. Habis dari sini. Jadi itu depan. Wait, what the hell, ada di atas situ kelihatannya. Gimana naiknya ya? Dari sini nih. Walaupun dunianya gede, tapi kalau kita bisa sprint itu enak banget. Nah, oke, naik ke atas, kemudian balik, kemudian di atas sini kelihatannya ada sesuatunya. Itu dia terminalnya. Pas banget di atas sini. Oke, Lifthrasir. From the Lives of the First Companions by Randolph. Lifthrasir is perhaps the most mysterious of the first companions. A wanderer and mystic by nature, he would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers to whom he tried to impart his wisdom. In the troubled time following the founder's disappearance, Lifthrasir and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from him since. Dan Lifthrasir, omongannya.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years. It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence of our ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care. It is that in some sense they do not exist. I may stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast, but the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
Oke, terima kasih Lifthrasir. Kayaknya udah semua. Oke, semua tanda tanyanya udah, kita ke gerbangnya sekarang. Sosial media, Lifthrasir. So, 1K found a recording of Lifthrasir, and what an odd recording too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Lifthrasir always had an unusual perspective, even in the very beginning. He traveled a lot, sometimes living for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station, so he didn't need to come back to the city as often, although it was quite risky as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. But he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary and exploration was necessary to him. Lifthrasir would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. Is the recording I found one of those he published back in the day? Enak ya robot gak ada stamina cap-nya ya. Menurutmu kalau rusak dia nggak bisa nyembuhin sendiri, harus dibenerin? No, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it is something he decided to shelve or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Thank you, that was informative. Sip, sekarang kita ke gerbang. Makin malam mulutku. Aku kegigit lidahku jadi panas dalam mulutku. Jadi mohon maaf kalau ngomongnya rada kebelit-belit. Semoga besok udah nggak masalah. Nggak terlalu masalah minimal. Kemana arahnya lagi? Ya, get well soon. Lidah masnya. Lidahnya aja, masnya emang nggak perlu ya. Anyway. Arahnya ke sini, bener sini kan? Ya, itu dia. Nah, itu dia gerbangnya. Dari sini kita masih ada satu puzzle lagi. Kita sekarang main Tetrimino. Gitu. Sekarang kita main puzzle Tetrimino. Nah gitu.
When I was booted up, I was terrible at the Tetromino arrangers.
Those are actually the only ones I was good at.
Oh.
What? I'm just saying.
Yakut jago Tetromino. Justru aku kurang jago Tetromino dibandingin sama puzzle yang 3D-nya. Yakut nggak ngerti puzzle 3D tapi Tetromino ngerti. Hebat juga dia. Anyway, ada apa di dalam menara sini?
Is that some kind of anti-gravity?
I'm not sure. Could be, I guess.
Okay.
In the beginning, the gods shaped humankind out of the clay of the earth and gave them life with their own breath. But who is closer to perfection? The creator or the created?
What the hell are you talking about, lady? The creators because they came from nature. The created because they came from art, not chaos. They are the same for they share the same breath. Neither they cannot be compared.
Some refuse to judge because they are wise. Some because they fear the truth. When Prometheus saw that humankind was more alike in nature to the gods than to the animals, he stole the secret of fire from Olympus and shared it with the mortals. Was his theft justified?
Yes, because knowledge belongs to all. Yes, because parents should not live there, blah blah blah. No, fire was not humankind. Zeus did not create fire. It was not his to own in the first place.
If Zeus did not own fire, why should humankind? Angered by the betrayal of Prometheus, Zeus punished humankind by creating Pandora. He gave her a box, and when she opened it, from inside escaped sorrow and suffering. All that remained within was hope. What does this mean?
Hope may still be found if we are willing to look for it.
Those who seek hope should ask themselves why it was imprisoned with the world's evils. Creature of clay, you stand before the fire. Will it make you whole, or will it destroy you? Consider the shadows cast by the flame, but do not mistake them for truth.
Yang dia bilang soal bayangan yang di dihasilkan karena api itu maksudnya referensi jelas pada dua plato.
Guys, look at my stream. The beam 1K activated is connected to the pyramid.
That looks like a massive amount of power.
Wow, ya itu banyak. Group call.
We need to talk about what just happened. Thoughts?
I'd say there are two distinct issues here. What is the being 1K spoke to, and what is the function of the beam?
Let's start with the Sphinx.
It seems similar to the apparition in New Jerusalem. Presumably the same technology.
What I'd like to know is what we're dealing with, ontologically speaking. Was this a sentient being or some kind of recording?
I don't think so. I think it's some kind of security system.
A security system? All right, but what does it do? Keep everyone out? Keep the wrong people out?
And is it dangerous?
We're speculating with... What's clear is that there's some sort of testing component to this place. You solve the puzzles, you get access to the towers, you enable a beam, and if you do it 3 times, you get access to the megastructure.
Maybe, but why?
I don't know. It's a mystery. Don't you like mysteries, Al? Everybody likes a good mystery.
You know what I like? Certainty.
Walah, koneksinya jelek lah barusan. Udah kayak begini udah astaga. Come on, Al, live a little.
That's the spirit. 1K, keep solving puzzles. The rest of you, as you were.
Oke, kamu mau aku nyalain tower 3 ya? Tower 3 deh. Jadi itu yang terjadi. 8 puzzle, kemudian nyalain tower. Habis itu kita lanjut ke world berikutnya. Kita akan lanjut ke world berikutnya. World berikutnya yang mana sih maksudnya? Yang is 2 E2. Hey, Melville.
Did something break?
No, not really. I heard you're a big fan of Yakut's cat.
Listen, one day that furry little demon is going to pee on the wrong cable and all of New Jerusalem will just turn off. Forget about the megastructure. He's the biggest threat to our security.
Did you have a look at one of those labs?
I did. It's interesting. The tech is a bit older, but it's been heavily modified to be more efficient. And it's not the kind of hack job you'd expect either. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. We could probably learn something from them.
Menarik. I see. Where could all this tech have come from?
I guess it could be discarded New Jerusalem tech. The mayor made us throw away a bunch of stuff that was perfectly fine, if you ask me. But I'm not sure. I'll check to see if I can find any serial numbers and I'll get back to you.
Okay, that's all. Makasih, Melville. Tinggal gerbang itu tapi nanti dulu. Untuk sekarang yang jelas kita pulang. Kita pulang. Udah nge-save kan? Kita bisa nanti pindah ke sini. Kita bisa pindah ke East 2. 8 puzzle, 2 lost puzzle, 1 starnya belum, ya udah nggak apa-apa. Jadi itulah yang akan kita kerjakan besok. Karena hari ini kita udah selesai. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman yang nonton sampai sejauh ini. Dan kalau kalian ngejar stream dari VOD ya selamat datang. Talos Principle 1 dan 2 lagi diskon di Team. Kalau kamu mau penasaran, itu ada link ada di description. Kalau kamu mau beli juga akhirnya. Untuk sekarang ya udah, kita udahan aja dulu. Besok kita akan lanjut East 2 dan seterusnya. Aku tahu rada panjang kita tadi tuh cuma eksplorasi kota doang, tapi ya udahlah, nggak apa-apa lah. Kotanya juga seru untuk dieksplor kok. Jadi sisanya seperti itu aja. Besok kita akan lanjut. Besok nggak ada gladi. Besok kita akan lanjutin. Ya, makasih banyak Byron. Terima kasih banyak. Aku lagi bercerita sebentar. Besok kita akan lanjut ini. Kemudian hari Minggu juga kita akan lanjut ini. Dan minggu depan itu kosong karena lagi libur Lebaran. Minggu depannya lagi kita akan lanjut Talos 2 sampai tamat. Tapi Sabtu udah ada gladi lagi. Itu aja untuk hari ini. Selamat liburan. Selamat istirahat. Selamat weekend. Lidahku udah gak enak. Aku mau tidur udahlah. Selamat malam, selamat istirahat. Terima kasih udah nonton. Bye-bye.